is doing in the face of a global twin crisis. Before I invite the Minister for his presentation, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are here with us this morning. As I mentioned, we have the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Charles Eduwahin, with us. We also have the Deputy Minister for Finance and Member of Parliament for Etiwa East Constituency, Honorable Abena Ose-Asare. We also have with us Dr. Patrick Nomo, who is the Chief Director at the Ministry of Finance. And of course, our Speaker and Minister, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, with us this morning. So we will invite Honorable Minister for his presentation, and then we will come to you for your questions.
Thank you very much indeed. And Chief Director, if you could start us with a prayer, then we'll move on.
Shall we please bow down our heads for a word of prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for your grace that has sustained us until this time. We thank you for the men and women you have given to lead us in economic management. We want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with the press and speak to the issues that challenge our nation at this moment. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you be in our midst, take preeminence. We pray, Lord, that every idea that will be shared, every thought that will be shared, every suggestion that will and clarity of thought and speech, that Lord, even as he speaks, it will be very clear to every member of this nation what you, God, has for us and what you are doing at this time. We thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much indeed. And really good morning, Honorable Minister of State, Charles, Deputy Minister Abena, Deputy Minister from Information, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the media, and fellow citizens. Good morning and welcome to this fourth press briefing on the economy this year. This is a continuation of our engagements on 20th January, 24th March, and 12th May. So these bi-monthly engagements have complemented the statutory update we provided on the economy when we presented the 2022 Media Budget Review to Parliament on 25th July 2022. Given the crisis that is impacting us globally, we will look to be doing this on a monthly basis to year end, so that we engage with you more and give you regular updates. Recent global developments since 2020 have now been described as the worst global cost of living crisis in 50 years. Our economy has not been left out of this considerable economic uncertainty. The priority for government has been to restore macro stability and address welfare challenges confronting the economy. Despite these efforts, we have seen inflation spiral and depreciation of our domestic currency that has impacted cost of living and businesses and the general economic circumstances of families in this country. Specifically, inflation remains high at 33.9% as of August 2022, and the CD has appreciated by 37.1% against the US dollar as of 27 September 2022. Indeed, during the 2022 media budget review, I highlighted that our present situation was a painful one to report on. We haven't seen anything like this since August 2001, when inflation rate hit 33.9%, almost equivalent to what we're experiencing now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at an important moment in our economic history, and in the context of today's briefing, it is important to focus on the progress being made to put us firmly on a path of macroeconomic stability. We have since Q1, first quarter 2022, cut discretionary expenditures in our budget by 30%. In addition, we announced a number of expenditure measures to keep public spending in line with our tightening economic conditions, including restraints on purchase of new vehicles and a moratorium on non-statutory travel. As part of measures to shore up our reserves, improve exchange rate stability, and address some of the funding needs, the Ministry successfully worked on the 750 million Afri-Exim loan facility, which was received in August 2022. We thank Parliament for the accommodation in this also. The traditional cocoa syndication loan expected in the last quarter of 2022, which will promote the cocoa sector, will further help us build our foreign exchange reserves and provide a strong buffer for the cedi in the last quarter of the year. Additionally, the Bank of Ghana has introduced enhanced measures such as a special foreign exchange auction for bulk distribution companies and a gold purchase program to contain the depreciation of the cedi, which is now slowing down. So far, provisional fiscal development for January to July 2022 presented within the context of the 2022 budget revised deficit target of 2.6% of GDP and a primary balance of 0.4% of GDP show that 1. The overall fiscal deficit amounted to 31.1 billion, 5.3% of GDP, against a target of 31.2 billion, about 5.3% of GDP. And that the corresponding primary balance for the period was a deficit of 7.6 billion, 1.3% of GDP, against a target of 7.8 billion, 1.3% of GDP. Current year expenditure has also largely been contained owing to the operationalization of expenditure cuts announced since March. We are on course with expenditure rationalization efforts and will continue to enforce strict adherence to these measures across all MDAs whilst ensuring efficient delivery of public services. The Ghana Revenue Authority has intensified its efforts to shore up domestic revenue mobilization, particularly in relation to the enforcement of compliance measures. The increased visibility of GR officials at shopping malls and various commercial establishments and at our borders across the country is in pursuit of meeting our revenue objectives. Such exercises form part of an ongoing drive to ensure we take significant steps forward in remedying long-standing challenges with domestic revenue mobilization, indiscipline, corruption, and leakages. Of course, heightened tax compliance and increased tax audit exercises will continue to be complemented by policy initiatives that allow us to tap into a wider pool of taxpayers in the years ahead. Towards this, therefore, we are looking at areas around the e-levy to ensure its efficient implementation. Overall, our growth outturn of 3.4%, an impressive 4.8% in Q1 and Q2 of 2022 respectively, coupled with modest improvements in our fiscal position, suggests our economy is gradually on the upswing despite the numerous shocks we have faced over the past 2 years. These figures demonstrate that in spite of recent challenges, there has been economic growth, modest as the gains so far may be. This progress gives us a solid foundation to confront the challenges ahead. Undoubtedly, global risks remain on the horizon, including a strengthening US dollar and higher interest rates which negatively affect external borrowing. This development is exerting enormous pressure on our balance of payment position, and thus the need for us to expedite engagement with the IMF. Within this context, government is finalizing its post-COVID-19 economic program as a domestic blueprint to engage the IMF. This document has already benefited from input from key stakeholders, including civil society, social partners, labor, employers, and faith-based organizations, academia, industry professionals, and the leadership of Parliament. Additional stakeholder engagements will be held to solicit further inputs for the program. Our economic program contains a set of time-bound structural reforms and fiscal consolidation measures to place our debt levels and fiscal accounts on a sustainable path over the medium term. The program is hinged on 7 pillars, namely debt sustainability, fiscal consolidation, strengthening monetary and exchange rate policies, building strong financial institutions, macro-critical structural reforms, maintaining peace and security, and economic growth and transformation. The IMF negotiations. The formal negotiations for a fund-supported program began on Monday, September 26, 2022, and discussions are advancing smoothly. The IMF mission will cover a period of 10 days, and in line of His Excellency the President's dialogue with the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, negotiations will be fast-tracked to ensure that key aspects of the program are reflected in the 2023 annual budget statement in November 2022. Government is committed to ensuring that a comprehensive package is negotiated with the aim of restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability, ensuring durable and inclusive growth, and promoting social protection. As stated in our press release dated 26 September 2022 on the commencement of the IMF negotiations, having a sustainable debt path is a prerequisite for the IMF program. Therefore, the IMF, World Bank, and the Ghana team are currently undertaking a debt sustainability analysis to inform the program negotiations. In addition, the IMF and government team are working to update the medium-term macro-fiscal framework to inform IMF program design. Also, the government team and the IMF team are discussing policy measures and structural reforms proposing an economic program aimed at addressing the economic challenges facing the country towards restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, as well as promoting durable and inclusive growth and social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, we simply have not reached any agreement with the fund on the parameters of any debt operation as we are in the process of completing the debt sustainability analysis. Government shall continue to actively engage all stakeholders in a clear and transparent manner as we seek to fast-track the IMF negotiation process. Ghana needs a viable domestic financial system to support its development program, especially in these 3 years with limited access to international capital markets. Therefore, everything must and will be done to protect our financial sector, and there must be room for a win-win conversation through extensive stakeholder engagement with both our domestic and external investors. Ghana has always had a collaborative approach with its partners, and we shall, I'm confident, come out with an historic arrangement. This is a government that protected the savings of 4.6 million Ghanaian depositors with the reform of the banking and financial sector. Even in our early days, we owe it to the economy and Ghanaians to keep protecting it. The sanctity and the well-functioning of the financial system is sacrosanct, and we need the support and trust of all Ghanaians to deliver this. Let us join hands to get this done. The great Celtic miracle in Ireland in the 80s was a result of such collaboration, especially with Labour, and we shall also be blessed with the Ghana miracle. A 5-member committee consisting of prominent financial services professionals, will lead extensive stakeholder engagement across all the key segments of the financial sector: banking, asset management, pensions, and insurance. The announcement of the committee members will be made in the coming days, and they will immediately get to work to engage key stakeholders in the financial services sector. Additional to ongoing engagements of civil society organizations, social partners, labor employers and faith-based organizations, academia, industry professionals, and the leadership of Parliament. We welcome all contributions to this great public debate, but we must be careful to build and not to tear down our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will leverage on our strengths to rebuild the economy, focusing on our productive sectors. Initiatives such as the Youth Start program that will provide 1 million jobs over the next 3 years will support entrepreneurs with loans to build their capacity to create more jobs and realize the present vision of a Ghana beyond aid and an entrepreneurial nation. The Development Bank of Ghana, which we capitalize at 750 million, is also supporting the private sector to invest in areas that will stabilize the economy over the medium to long term, with positive knock-on effects on job creation and economic growth. Taken together, we cannot lose sight of the remarkable progress we have made since the pandemic. And I believe that in the months to come, our robust policy approach response will help to considerably ease the challenges of inflation and the exchange rate pressures. I am extremely confident about where we will land on this journey. We as a country have survived 142% inflation, yellow corn hysteria, mass exodus from our country, and more recently, a successful exit from the 2015 Extended Credit Facility IMF program. So let us go for the spirit of courage, for the Lord is of this nation. Let us not fear, for he who is of us is greater than all. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I remind each and everyone that Ghana is the only place we have. Its progress, its prosperity is our collective duty. We have overcome many challenges and risen to the occasion many times. This is another challenge which we must overcome. This too shall pass if we remain united and purposeful. Let us not forget that the battle is indeed the Lord's. As the book said in Genesis 11:5, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you. God bless our nation and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. If you are joining this press briefing, we are live on GTV and Joy News. We are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information and Ministry of Finance. It's so refreshing to note that, as Honorable Minister mentioned, in spite of recent challenges, we are recording economic growth. That was one point that was really encouraging, and I believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It's now time for Q&A. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show by hand, we'll bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and media house and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. So we'll take the first question from here. If there are any hands, okay.
Please keep your questions brief and to the point, please. Thank you.
My name is Maxwell Adumbila from Graphic. Minister, I noticed the optimism around getting a program by December, but our history shows us that we normally would take about 7 months minimum to get a program, from time of announcement or engagement with the fund to the time we seal a program. What makes this time unique, and where is the optimism coming from that we can get a program by December, and even we can have the November budget coming from the IMF program? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ebenezer Sabote from JFM. My first question is a bit related to my colleague's own. It has to do with the 5-member committee that you indicated that you'll be forming. I'm just thinking, is that committee the work of the committee not going to delay the program negotiations, since government is in a hurry in a way to get it done? That is one. And then secondly, I was thinking that you are going to give us some updates on the previous press conference that you had. You did mention some budget cutting measures that government was undertaking, like the moratorium on purchase of new vehicles and stuff. I was thinking that you were going to give us an update on, at least let's know the impact of that savings that we have been able to done to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, if there are any hands, this is the best time to pick the questions. Otherwise, I take that to be the last. Okay, Echo.
Thank you very much. My name is Echo from Bloomberg. One observation. I was happy to note that you said you're going to have more monthly briefs, and so that would help. It's very welcome. Thank you. Honorable, you also mentioned about this board or committee that you have put together. I didn't quite get the exact work they are going to do. Is it also going to be part of the DSA analysis that is ongoing? And I want a bit more clarity on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If there are any hands, we can pick 2 more. If not, we go to Honorable Minister. Okay, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome. I think the issue of the timing is that we've seen countries like Zambia, rightly you have mentioned, gone through a 2-year negotiation by getting into the common framework, and really I don't think we as a country can afford that type of uncertainty over the period. And why are we hopeful that will be different? Because in the discussions that I had with the managing director of the IMF, those were the specific issues that we talked about, how to fast track this so that we will get into organizing ourselves a lot better. But more importantly was the meeting between His Excellency the President and the Managing Director of the IMF in Rotterdam. And it was very, very clear in terms of the commitment that the fund showed. And she did say that they were determined to reach an agreement by end of the year, and that they've started constructive discussions with us. The team is here, and they are here on a mission. But as the mission chief told us, this is not a mission of 10 days. It is a mission through the end of the year. So there's increased intensity and acknowledgement that this must be done. With regards to the committee coming from all of you, no, it will not delay. I think if I were to even listen to Bloomberg and Joy, you seem to have the answers for what this is going to entail. So within the confines of this period that we are in discussions, we will be able to come up. We expect them to be able to come up with input ideas as to where we should be going. The truth of the matter is that the variety of options, we can all, think of them. The issue is the idiosyncratic nature of our market and making sure that whatever we do goes to create, a stronger financial ecosystem than before. And the best way to do it is to have a committee of experts working with the stakeholders. So that's good. With regards to the issue of the budget in terms of the 30% effect, goods and services are below target by 41.4% due to these cuts. Domestic capex below target by almost 2/3, primarily due to these expenditure cuts, and overall expenditures were below target by some 7%. So we are making a headway, and the question is, in a sense, how much more adjustment can one do? I think the going forward, I don't know, call Bloomberg, what did you ask? But I think, that also leads to sort of this critical period in our economy, and the question becomes, what do we as citizens or as social commentators or as journalists do? Because it's a very fragile period for our economy and global economy. The classical foundation of journalists, as you know, is to educate and to inform and to entertain, in a sense. But I recall that I think it was P.A.V. Ansa who said that in countries developing with such fragility, the underpinning of all of this work that we do must be one that always remembers social cohesion. And if we trip beyond that, we are not sure whether we are educating, we are informing, or we are entertaining to the peril of the society we are in. So really caution to all of us as citizens, all of us as social commentators, the Bloombergs, etc., which really we must be very cautious about and really understand where P.A.V. Ansa was coming from, the need for social cohesion and to have the society we all would want to live in. Thank you very much.
Call, can you take the mic? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let me take it again. We still have, as a nation, we have people who have invested in us. They have given us bonds and what have you. So sometimes there's a lag in the time that official information is made available, and then what the market is craving for at a critical time. This brings in a lot of analysts who say a lot of things. And so when it happens like that, and then we come to the officialdom and there's a lag, that vacuum will be filled. This is not for me as a person or even Bloomberg or any media house, but generally, I think that's why I recommended that monthly briefing is helping. If there's a way that more frequent, even on a maybe bi-weekly basis, there will be somebody to give briefs, it will help everybody. Then whatever the official position that Ghana has on any position is quickly mentioned and it is known out there. That is just just a comment. I didn't get clarity on the committee you are putting together. Is it fair to say that this committee is also going to help lead in the DSA analysis, and that are all options available on the table, different forms of restructuring if need be? You say we've not gotten there, we've not started yet. Help me with a line that clarifies this statement. We are putting together a committee to help do especially what, and what options are on the table.
Thank you very much, Cole. I mean, the issue of information. I know all journalists have relationships, official and unofficial, but for a major article to be predicated on what may be rumors, in a sense, makes it difficult for me to accept that the gap created that, because you have a nation at your behest, and it can trigger unintended consequences because of that. So, we have engaged all stakeholders in this issue, and some of them have written papers. We had some very spirited discussions. On Friday, we were in Koforidua, for example, with the ranking and chairs of the various subcommittees to talk about that. I think the financial subsector is a very special and important sector, and that is why we're encouraging that type of setup, so that their input, however it happens, it will then be looked to incorporate in our discussions, because it's important. I mean, the DSA is happening. What does it throughout? It's throughout the sense of fiscal adjustments. You have a financing gap, and then you're going to split it between fiscal adjustment and your debt operations. So let us be informed by what the domestic financial system thinks is a way to go. I think you've heard enough of various options that can be done. There's an article from JP Morgan. We all know the variety of things that could be applied. But I think it's important for the industry players to lead this whole discussion, so that we are well informed going forward. So that really would be their remit, so that there's a cohesive and comprehensive way in which we incorporate their views. But we are not predicting where things will go, and I think until the DSA is done, everything else is really speculative, and that's what we do. But the one clarity, as you can see in the statement, is that we know about ensuring that we have a strong domestic investor community, which is you, me, everybody, and the banks, so that we can depend on it. They'll be confident about their assets being protected, and we'll go forward together to resolve these issues.
So my name is Esther Idu, and I'm coming from GBC News. So I'd like to know, how does the latest Fitch downgrade affect your negotiations with the IMF? And also, we have a budget timetable for 2023 to be in November. And how soon will the IMF discussions end, so not to disrupt the budget timetable for this year?
Thank you for the question. Okay, the last question.
All right, I'm Isaac Aidu from the Finder newspaper. Minister, from where you sit, how soon will we restore macroeconomic stability? How soon? Thank you.
The Finder, that's a big question. But I think it's really an excellent question. I mean, I think this is the 18th time that we are coming to the fund, and you look through the history of it, and you really in the end come to the realization that there are certain structural things that we must do, as a country, if we are to move out of this, in and out of the turnstile of the IMF. And I think we need to take a view on that. I mean, yes, we need to address our debt issues so that we can sustain and build to it. We need to look at the way in which our compensation is going, such that the ratios, maybe come down to about 35% of our revenue, which means our revenue must considerably go up. If you break down our wages and salaries and compensation, you realize a majority of them earn very low incomes, and then we have, maybe a much smaller minority, topping up to make this huge burden. So how do we create more equality within that and get also more productivity to be able to change that equation? And then there are areas such as our earmark funds. I think we now have about 14 of them, which means that government's revenue are already quote-unquote earmarked before they are used. And we need to examine those. Those were some of the issues that came up in Koforidua with the parliamentarians. And then you look at our foreign exchange issues, and the question becomes, why do we have these retention agreements, and shouldn't all of the resources of these companies, oil or mining, go through the Bank of Ghana as a matter of fact to reduce these foreign exchange pressures? That's important. How do we move into an export-driven economy so that we are not importing food to the tune of $2 billion, but we are actually exporting food? That's important. Why do we not have our own gold refinery to support central banks' policy decision now to be buying gold? So those become important ways in which we will then change the structure of economy so we don't go back to what we are experiencing now. The program likely will be 3 years, and that's the period in which we expect to climb out of this in a strong way, to have a strong economy going forward. And with regards to timing, yes, the budget, God willing, should be read by November 15th per the rules. And so, yes, we are multitasking to ensure that all of these things will enable us to meet those deadlines. But we will do it. The issue of the Fitch downgrade, as you mentioned, is unfortunate. In their email to us, they referred to the Bloomberg article that influenced their decision, and so the downgrade has, well, it sort of further depressed the bonds on the international market, resulting in additional losses to investors. I mean, once we got downgraded to CCC, we are also expecting that the economic program that is going to be that is being worked on, which will be the sort of the basis for the IMF discussions, will then, help us to come back to some strong matrices to then be able to get our sovereign ratings revised over that period, and we are confident that it will. I think returning sort of access to the international capital market is going to take a bit of time, 2-3 years. And so during that period, we'll work on our ratings also to be able to get there.
Minister, we'll take your final remarks.
Great. Well, let me really thank you for being here. These are difficult times, but really we are, in the throes of the discussions with the fund. Things are going really well in terms of where we want to land in 3 years. The analysis for the DSA, debt sustainability analysis, is rigorously going on, and that would inform us by the end of these 10 days as to what we are going to specifically do in various areas: fiscal adjustment, structural reforms, debt operations, etc. But let's rest assured that as is want for us to be a very collaborative society, we will work with our domestic investors as per through the committee, work with our external investors, and come up with a win-win solution that, as I mentioned, will be an historic solution that has not been seen before. We have gone through as a nation very difficult moments, and really we are very comfortable that it can be done. But going on this is also we reaching out and people reaching out to it, to us, to build in a constructive way, because that is really important for us to have that peace and harmony, speak that one language, and ensure that the Black Star is where it should be. So yes, I'm confident, difficult periods, but we have done it before, and the battle is indeed the Lord's. We will get there. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the press, thank you so much for making time for this important exercise. And as Minister mentioned, this will happen more frequently so that we get to interact more and inform Ghanaians. Thank you and good morning.
September is World Suicide Prevention Day, and according to the World Health Organization, some 700,000 people commit suicide each year, and out of this number, some 20 people are also attempting to take their life, or millions of people also contemplating taking their life. Today, we'll be speaking to some members of the general public to express their views on the issue of suicide and their views about the law that criminalizes the act. We'll also be speaking to some survivors of suicide attempts and find their views regarding the law, their experiences, and their advice to people who may also be going through their situation.
Edmond, a 48-year-old businessman and commercial farmer, has attempted taking his own life not once, but 3 times. The reason? Frustrations due to what he describes as life's many failures. The divorcee and father of one attributed his actions to dejection following failures in his life and the many hardships he experienced.
You ever attempted suicide in your life?
Yes, please.
How did it happen?
Yeah, it's like out of purpose, and then I would say frustration. Simply because what I was expecting in life, I was not getting it. And I thought that if such situation should continue, then the best way is to end up my life. Actually, I sat down and I thought of it for about 3 days, and I took the action. I bought drugs, chemicals that I know that when I take it, I will surely die. So I mix it. To be honest, it was what we call DDT. I mix it with water, and then I took it. But I don't know whether it is a miracle or what. It didn't work. And then 3 days later on, I bought another drug that they said is used for killing mouse. And that one, when I was about to take it, I had a call. And the person that spoke with me, I would say it's a God-sent person. After talking to me, I realized that it's like the person preached the word of God to me. So I took inspiration from what she said, and I forgo it. And then the third one too, I tried. That one too, I took the drugs. And then the drugs did not work. So I would say all the occasions of attempting, I took the drug, I made the attempt, but they didn't work. So I would say I survived. My surviving is by miracle, or it is the work of God that keeps me still alive.
After carefully planning, Edmond acquired DDT, but after taking it on 2 different occasions, it didn't work.
After taking the medicine, I went to bed and I was expecting myself to die, but I didn't. There was no reaction like pains, like vomiting, screaming, so that somebody would even rush and then take me to hospital. No. So sometimes people don't believe me when I say I made an attempt of committing suicide.
How long ago was this, or were these incidents?
The last one was just 2019-2020.
And all these were due to hardships,
economical hardships, and then the level of my life as compared my age and the things that I plan doing that are not being successful. Because I don't like to blow my own horn. I'm a hardworking guy, and I expect myself in terms of social level, I should be at a certain pedigree.
Tell us about your family life. Are you married? Do you have children?
I have 1 child, and I'm a divorcee.
Many people in Ghana try to end their predicaments by ending their lives. While some succeed, others, like Edmond, fail and have to continue living with their problems.
Would you say you've gotten over the issues that pushed you to the point of suicide?
Yes, please, and I'm ever ready to share my experiences with people, because I've realized that maybe what you are expecting today that you do not have, if you live tomorrow, you may surely get what you were looking for.
Auntie Kenny, one of such people, thought ending her life was the best way to escape her many debts. The 51-year-old food vendor, after being abandoned by her husband for giving birth to a deaf child, saw no help coming from any other place and decided to end her life by mixing DDT with salt and drinking it.
This second time, please.
All right. So she attempted suicide twice.
You were watching. Anyway, 51 years. Was his seller, and the age is 51 years of age.
All right.
The first one, I had a daughter with my husband, and there was also the child didn't able to speak. The husband left us.
Okay. And how long ago was this?
January, that was 10 years ago.
All right. So why did that situation force you to attempt taking your life?
There was no help from any practice place. I can't get no about a little on board here. More make a name, Mamma Jim. Police or money for Lobini Bag and Mitivana. The sky will be the mother of you, since my husband left me without anything, I borrowed a lot of items like rice, oil, and the rest to put on my business.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pay, so I was harassed by the police and the family that I owned. That triggered the suicide.
They know me. They know me. They DDP. They select me. Don't need to. Mana kini po. Don't need po. Mini high chunge. No here kan ni sino je ne binya na bi mi din kini chupa. Do wa kini go maya. Do ibami. Ike baji pangoyo mi.
In the first instance, I missed DDT with shots, and after taking it, I realized that I have a serious stomach problem, and so my landlord took me to Roma, where I comforted them that I took DDT, and then from there, after I recovered, I was taken back to my family house here. That's why I'm here today.
I report. Say,
the man reported the case to the police, but upon the realized that the police were after the arrest, he ran away. The landlord himself ran away.
Just a few weeks ago, Auntie Kenny, who has been facing numerous harassments from her creditors, tried taking her life again, this time by drinking bleach.
What happened in the second instance as well?
The same thing. Any Ghanaian people, if you must marry, you know him. Go here, you know, in another, you know, in another. You don't want to get I mean, you get too much. You didn't know you. This is the Bewa, no go be. You need a man that put me the puppy. If me make a Janapia, I'm going to free to be back with him. Kini in a company. If I hear, laugh on the moon, if boom, if free.
In the second sense, I own a lot of people. If I'm eating, they are harassing me here and there. My auntie is also critically sick, and I have no help from any quarter. So I decided to take my life to stop all these occurrences.
Her brother, 40-year-old Stephen Ode Kwabla, confirmed Auntie Kenny's story. He says he has taken it upon himself to counsel her against repeating the act.
When I was caught by one of my auntie, that is my senior sister, that is my sister Kenny, took in some concussions. When I came, the whole family, even the whole town was gathered here. So it was in total coma. So we used our local remedy, that is the palm oil, to avert the situation. We worked for almost 30 minutes while I wasn't working. So we called a taxi to come and help us convey her to the hospital. So for reaching the place, we realized that he took in. That was when she regained consciousness. He confronted them. I took that is the name up, or the name that is local alkasha and the mix of parazo. So from that, we realized that, Mr. Why do you do this? Before he came up to me that these are the things that triggered her to do that. So from there, we were able to stabilize her a little bit. And then the next day we were discharged. Since then, she has been okay. She has been normal now. And on my part, I've been advising her every day on the daily because I realized that I don't want to keep her isolated. I want to keep her company. So every morning I came to her, advised her, but financially I'm also constrained. You know, I have a family that I'm looking forward for, and so if there will be any help financially and then psychologically, I'll appreciate them most.
In Ghana, 1,500 cases of death by suicide are reported nationwide on a yearly basis. In each reported case of suicide, there is believed to be 4 unreported cases, summing the number of unreported cases to almost 6,000 yearly. The 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57 states, "Whoever attempts to commit suicide shall be guilty of a misdemeanor." But for survivors and their families, it is about time Ghana dropped this law, as persons who attempt suicide need counseling and solutions to their problems, not prosecution.
My country opinion is that law should be in our good books of the land, because we love our lives, we live bad ones, and so if a person considers that kind of thought in his or her mind, that should be catered for and be treated as such, as a sickness, and that needs to be treated. So rather jail the person, you are adding more fire to the issue. So that law should be in our good books at all. Okay.
Apple.
He said it's against that law Because since the person in difficulty, you need a support. If the support comes, then that will not be existence. So this should be penalized.
I don't think that law, excuse my language, is meaningful and sensible enough. I'm saying this that because no each and everyone that will have or would attempt committing suicide, per my background, I would say there is a spiritual thing behind it, because it's like something is urging you, something is pushing you to do it, either psychological and whatever. So it's like at the end of the day, the person rather need to be cancelled than rather you persecuting the person and putting the person in jail. I don't think somebody will just wake up, have whatever he wants in life and decide that I'm ending up my life. No, it's definitely something went on wrongly, and the person thinks that because of stigmatization, what people will say in society, maybe somebody might have committed a crime, and thinking that what I have done, what will people say about me if the thing happens and found out in the public domain. And in my situation, for instance, it is not a crime, but I found out that due to economical hardship and things that I was expecting in life, I was not achieving them. So if that be the case, let me kill myself, and at the end of the day I survive, and you decide to put me in jail because of the, I rather think that they have to give us counseling, and then maybe gather people that have made attempt and survive to come out and talk to people that are thinking or want to do similar thing. That all hope is not lost yet.
But what does the general public make of the 1960 Criminal Code, Act 29, Section 57?
I think the law is there, but all those who have attempted to commit suicide, now we have not seen anybody who has been jailed. If people have been jailed, we have not seen the number being published. If the law too will be enforced, and also the social welfare people, as far as community organization, the civil societies will also come up and also move around the community, giving much education on suicide. It will also help people not to also go into that area.
I think the law will be fully enforced, or it will be beneficial to society if government is doing its part. It's like most people are ignorant, and then you cannot tell somebody that his personal decision shouldn't count, because the person feel like he has tried all possible means, depending on the magnitude of the psychological trauma and the mental torture the person is going through. The person may not be able to withstand it, and therefore you feel like, or she will feel like ending it.
Asana be more problem. Konya gbalo ko jika e gbonya ne ko jiko ya agbo. Keka abi more problem ka ono ko bina an mecha manaka o. Ni no ne bale han jiko ya agbo he. Ke ma amanye ma solve problem mo ke ma hamu. La sana mini abanye groto bo ko lo da ne angbo he. Na solve problem mo ka mo ko na se wo ne ba.
All right. So she's of the opinion that people who attempt suicide should rather be counseled, and then those whose situations are found to be mild should be punished for not dealing with them, but rather resorting to ending their lives. And those who are found to have genuine cases should be counseled and assisted in one way or the other. So you heard the views of some members of the general public, and also some survivors of suicide attempts. To them, people who survived suicide attempts should rather be counseled in the law scrap rather than jailing them. From Odumase Kobo in the Eastern region, Michael Ubete for GhanaWeb TV.
We're home, and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most interactive socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the role of the diaspora in development of the African continent. Why should the diaspora be interested in developing the African people and also be interested in the economy of Africa? We have our guests in the studio who are diasporans, and they have a very big heart. They're going to tell us where their heart is and why they are doing what they are doing. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and I'm joined by Millie Lauren Taka. She is the ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora and also the CEO of the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. This is quite interesting. Also with her is Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope, and together they are in charge or running the Adopt a Road in Ghana campaign and also project. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to have you, and the projects you're working on are a mouthful. They are really targeted, and they are in support of the African development and the development of the people.
Yes.
Let me start with you, Millie.
Yes.
Your NGO
Yes.
on West African or developing West African men is the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement
Yes.
of West African Men.
Yes.
Why that?
It's a funny story, but when I came to Ghana in 2013, and I had so many people, men especially, requesting they wanted to go to America. And as soon as they heard my tonation and saw that I was a Bruni, I was just constantly bombarded, even proposed to. Mommy, will you marry me? I said, to get to America. I said, I can't rent an airplane or a jet to take all of you. But what the Lord placed on my heart was to start an NGO that would help the men and their families here in Ghana.
Okay.
I saw the struggle, I saw the hurt, I saw the pain and the suffering. So that was my inspiration to do something to help the men. People ask me, why men? I said, because the men, if you help the men, you'll help their families, you'll help their children, you'll help the mothers, because African men have a big responsibility, especially if you're a senior son. You have to take care of everybody. So that is why I started this NGO.
So you give them jobs, or what do you give them actually?
What we did, we were meeting every month on Sunday afternoon in Pokwasi at Pentecost Church, and we would have a guest speaker that would come, that someone that maybe came from the poorest parts of Ghana, and now they were very successful. So I wanted to inspire them and to let them know you can make it in your own country. You don't have to leave. You can make it here in Ghana. So I had professors, I had doctors, I had TV celebrities. I was blessed to have good connections, and they would come and inspire the men and let them know their story. Once they heard their story, we had them fill out applications. So what do you want to do? Some wanted to be just a chocho driver. I said, that's all you want to do? Some wanted to start fish farms. Some wanted to further their education. So we zoomed in what was in their spirit to be, because I'm sure everybody has a desire what they want to do in life. Once they told us what they wanted to do, I gave them homework. I gave them assignment. You have to do your due diligence. If you want to do this, you do the homework. You tell me how much it's going to cost. If you want to be a chocho driver, how much the van is, how to get your driver's license. I made them do all the legwork and then came back and reported to me.
That's quite interesting and very progressive, because they managed to get some goodwill with their own support as well, because they are putting in so much effort. I'll come to Hope, but before then, who is Aaron Manville?
Aaron Manville is my son, who was born with birth defects, and he passed away at 3 months old. So this was way long time ago in the 80s, but I thought it would be befitting to memorialize him and to name the foundation after. He struggled for life, and the men in Ghana are also struggling.
That's very inspiring. Now to Hope. FLCC Bring Back Hope. Yes. Is the Hope there your name, or Hope as in the word hope?
Both.
Both, okay.
So Fort Lauderdale Community Center is a U.S. Nonprofit, and we have been doing work for about 12 years in Fort Lauderdale, but in totality our organization has been ongoing for 20 years. In fact, 2022 celebrates 20 years. We have been helping families, youth, those who are at disadvantage with jobs, employment, housing.
In America? Or,
in America.
Okay, yes.
And what we had saw with the success of our programs were to come to Ghana. In 2019, when the president made that request for the return, we took some of our students and our staff and came back for the year return in 2019 in August. And that completely changed everything. My husband and I got DNA tests done on ourselves and found out that we were Ghanaian.
Oh, that's
so that
quite coincidental.
added another positive push for us to be here in Ghana. So it's not just a situation we're coming here to do, but this is family. So we're coming, we feel, returning home. And as the president stated, bringing our resources and helping our brothers and sisters here. So Bring Back Hope is several different projects that we have. One of our main projects that we're doing is the Adopt a Road in Ghana with my good friend
which
here.
I'm coming to right now, because the main question for me is, why do you want to invest in Ghana? Why do you want to help develop Africa? Because already you've used the bumpy roads to get to the studio. You're also facing the heat. You're also facing the economy, sometimes electricity issues, the pricing of things. Everything is just in the negative, I can say. But definitely there's also the positive in the people. But why? Why Ghana? I will start with you again.
It has everything. The people are beautiful. There's no one like the Ghanaian people. Their hearts are big. They want very much to succeed. They just need guidance. One of the things that we discovered was, when we were bringing our programs here, was that a lot of the young people could not use our programs that we had in the States because a lot of difficulties in just small things like maybe knowing Microsoft Office Suite, where things that we know that we could bring them. There's so much here. There is so much here. You have everything. And even with the situations of the electricity, we have that back home. Water situations, if we look at the United States right now, and even where I'm from in Florida, there are many different challenges. So there's nothing different in the States really here. I could show you roads that actually look like Ghanaian roads in the United States, actually in Florida. But what we feel is the future, Ghana has it here. Not only the people, but the resources. And we feel that as things start to move in the future, this is going to be the focal point of where things are going to happen. And we want to be here when that happens.
And Millie, she's saying that the challenges we have in Ghana are also in the United States, but you have a lot of people wanting to travel. You chose to get citizenship in Ghana in 2019, and you got it.
Yes.
So why citizenship? Why couldn't you just come and do your work and go back?
Citizenship granted me privileges that I could not have just on a visa. With a visa, I was limited on time. I couldn't buy land. I couldn't vote. So many things I could not do. So when the quest for citizenship came, I wholeheartedly kind of fell into the role of helping us to get citizenship because we wanted to be home. Ghana is home. I can't describe, unless you are not out of the country, I can't describe not knowing who you are or where you came from. My family also did DNA tests, and we're Ghanaian. Ghanaian and Nigerian. So you can't know where you're going until who you are. And when my feet touched the airport at Ghanaian soil, I was only supposed to be here 3 months to visit my Ghanaian family. My son-in-law is Ghanaian. But when my feet touched the soil, my spirit soared. And I wrote home and told my other children, I'm not coming back. And they were shocked. They said, Mommy, how? I said, because everyone in Ghana calls me Mommy. Everyone in Ghana calls me Auntie. And as my colleague said, the love and the friendship and the camaraderie, we're home, and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
We've been here for 9 years,
Yes.
and 9 years is quite a long time not to feel at home. So you feel at home completely. How often do you go back to the U.S.?
I've only been back to the U.S. once.
Just once?
And I couldn't wait to leave.
Wow. Just once.
Because it's just a different atmosphere. I miss my family, my grandchildren, but it's just different. It's just, like you could say, there's no place like home. And I wasn't born here, but I belong here.
Wow.
Okay, and I know.
And do they visit you, your family?
Yes.
They come to Ghana to visit.
And I'm trying to get all of them to come, but different reasons and different, you know, the things, the way the states portray Africa. I have to tell them it's not like that at all. So you have to come and see. And it's a beautiful thing to be around everybody that looks like you. It's relief. It's a relief. It's a pleasure.
It really is.
It is.
She's saying the truth. And you live here. So, you know, to wake up to yourselves every morning and to go to sleep with yourselves at night, you know, you're used to that.
How long have you been here too?
So in 2019 when we came for the year of return, I brought my son as well, who is a part of our staff. He almost ran away and we couldn't get him back because he wanted to stay, but we assured him we're going to come back. And so since then, from 20 on, we've been here. So we've been bringing our staff, our students to our programs here and doing exchange work here. So yeah, we've been here now. So
and do they like it?
They love it. We love it here. We absolutely love it. And it's just as Ambassador Tucker said, is that it's home. I mean, it literally every day when we get up, we're learning the language. We love it here. The people are absolutely beautiful. The children are respectful. There are challenges, but what we realize is that there are challenges everywhere. And what we want to do is bring our expertise back. We see and understand a lot of the reasons why Ghana is in the situation that it's in. And we understand a lot of what we see from the United States that has happened. And with that, we're bringing that information that we know here so that our brothers and sisters here can understand what has happened to us in the United States and really understand what has happened to them here in Ghana as well.
Well, we have a lot of Ghanaians who have traveled to the United States to work, and when they come back home, they only speak of the glory, the nice things, and make Ghana look so bad and in a very poor state. And everybody else looks up to them and wants to be like them. Everybody wants to travel. Everybody wants to go to the US to work and make money and all of that. However, there's one important thing you said is about the people. So I want to see what's the difference. If you're in the US, I know you have all these other races. In Ghana, you hardly find people of other races. You see people just like you. And until you open your mouth, they wouldn't know you're not, you didn't grow up here. What's the difference between that? When you are there, how bad is it when you are with all these other people and they giving you all those vibes of difference, of not being the same as them? What's the difference? How does it feel like?
One definite thing is that when everyone in the United States that is not quote-unquote white is called a minority. So you can imagine being raised in a country where you are called a minority. Every application and everything you feel, they want to know your race. And if you're not white, you're a minority. Finally, some law passed, they said, well, you don't have to answer that question. Because there is a definite discrimination in pay. The whites get paid more within the minorities, not just the blacks, but the Mexicans, the Spanish, the other races. If I want to buy a house, they will get it for a lesser price than me. If I get we have mortgages where we have the houses we have to pay over 15 to 30 years, they'll get a lower interest rate than a black person. And when you walk and go to a public office or go to do business, it's sad to say, when you walk in the room, you look for another black person. Or you hope that you get a black person to help you. Because if you get a black person to help you, there is some camaraderie there, there's some brotherhood or sisterhood there, and they're going to help you. Whereas you get a non-black or someone, then it's going to be difficult because it's just, they treat us differently. They couldn't say it openly, but you could feel it. It's in the atmosphere. So you're all, even when I came to Ghana, the U.S. was on strike. And that was crazy to me. How can a country go on strike? I was waiting for my passport. So my plane ticket got canceled, and they were going to charge me an exorbitant amount of money to change it because my passport was delayed. So what we decided to do, me and my friends, we decided to pray. So we got like 4 or 5 of us, and we got in a room and we began to pray. And so I called the airline, and we were praying literally that we get a black person. Literally, we were praying to get a black person to answer the phone. And you could tell the difference in our voices. And when she answered, and we said, yes, it's a black person. This is a true story. And whereas another representative for the same airline was going to charge me like $300 to $700 to change my ticket, she said, oh, madam, you could change your ticket for $7.
Wow.
So you see, there's an underlying discrimination there, and it's just when you come to Ghana, you don't have to worry about that. Well, you do have to argue with the market people because they hear your voice and they up the price, but there's a difference.
Well, the difference, we'll talk about that after this break. I'll come to Hope, and we talk about the Obroni kind of relations you get, the Obroni pricing, the Obroni reactions you get from people, and others call it special privilege. Well, we'll talk more about that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing African diaspora. We are discussing diaspora in Ghana, and our guest, Millie Lauren Taka, she's ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora, and also we have Hope Gary, and she's also the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. However, they are together working on a project called Adopt a Road in Ghana. We'll talk about that soon. But for now, we are talking about the relations with the Ghanaian people, why you're here and all of that. Millie told us about how different it is when you're in America around other people and then the other races. So there's this race wars, I'll call it that. However, in Ghana, we also have the whole Obroni war. They see everybody with an accent as an Obroni, and you're not Obroni, and you also get higher prices, and that's like the opposite when you're in America and all of that. So you have to negotiate and bargain. How do you deal with that?
My family. My family takes care of me. So instead of me being the one that goes out there, my son, my brother, my cousin, they go. And for instance, I had a situation where I needed some wood for my garden, and the young lady that I went to who was handling the wood, I brought one of my students with me who is Kadawa, who is a student at the University of Ghana, and also my son, I call him my son, Francis. And so as I'm in the shop, the way that the woman is speaking to me, she's speaking to me very roughly, but I don't feel it, but they do. And Francis is, oh, mommy, I don't like how she's talking to you. And Quadama was standing there like, no, I don't like her attitude either. She's speaking to you very roughly. My thing is, I don't see it, I don't feel it. So as the woman is speaking to me, she's asking me questions like, who are you, where are you from? And I told her that I'm one of the ones that was sold to the whites, that my brothers and sisters sold us to the Americans. And the call came for us to be able to come back home, and we're home now. So I would have been here and known my language. I wouldn't be the Obroni if I just hadn't been sold away. So I'm back now, and I'm asking my brothers and my sisters to have mercy on me as I come home and want to do the work for my people. And that completely changed the whole atmosphere. When the woman understood that I was one of the ones that was taken and sold and came back, it made a difference. It was, please let me help you. How can I help you, madame? I'm so sorry. Please. And I told her I would love to know, what tribe I'm from. But where I come from, that was stripped away. Language, tribe. And they can't, my brothers and sisters can't believe that when we came to the United States, or in slavery, as we were taken in slavery, that we didn't, our identity is taken, our language is taken. We are completely and totally broken down with nothing. And we have to build ourselves back up with the help of ourselves. And so once that was relayed, and she was older, just a little bit older than me, that completely broke everything. And then Quadama was like, very good, Miss Hope. And Francis, yes. The understanding came. So the way that I approach it is I want them to understand that I am you. Because you hear something different doesn't mean that I'm different. I'm the same as you. In fact, I've done my DNA and I'm just as Ghanaian as you are. But don't hold it back from me or treat me differently, because I was sold away and taken away from our country, and because I'm coming back. And this is the reason why our love for the country is here. This is our people. It's funny, if we had been Tanzanian, then maybe we would be in Tanzania right now. But we're Ghanaian. And so our resources, our expertise, is to come back home and to build up our people here. Because again, we understand what has happened to us.
It is quite inspiring, and I'm sure a lot of people would get to understand that it's a matter of understanding. And I think a lot of people are not knowledgeable about the history and the past and all the things that happened to our families in the past. So there's a disconnect. They see everybody with an accent as foreign, and I'm sure if you tell people you're Ghanaian, they're going to have a problem with that.
They call me white. And I'm like, what did you say? I'm not white. You don't understand what we went through in America.
Yeah.
So, but my approach also is that I also recognize that the people here have suffered and they are suffering. So when they see an opportunity to make more money, it's not against me personally. It's, oh, I've got this white lady in the shop and she has money. Let me get as much money as I can get today because tomorrow I may not have business. I recognize the suffering of the Ghanaians. I approach it like this. If you give me a good price, okay, say I want 3 dresses. You want to charge me 300 cedis. You give me a good price for those 3 dresses, I'll be your customer forever. You will have a regular income. I'll come back. And I do. I serve the same people in my community. I try because I want them to have a regular income. And I said, but if you charge me as a Bruni, you won't see me again. And, oh, mommy, sorry. So, but I recognize, I don't take it personal. I recognize their suffering. And the next day they may not have a customer. So they try to get as much as they can get for that one day. So it's about recognizing the suffering. Like you said, everything's not perfect in Ghana, and nothing's perfect anywhere. But any way that we can reach them and approach them, and like she says, their attitude changes and they understand. I was also surprised that many Ghanaians don't know Black history.
Yes.
They've never been to the castles.
It's not taught in schools that much.
No.
Not at all. Yeah.
And they've never been to the castles. And when I came, I started taking Ghanaians to the castles. That these are your ancestors too. All of us ended up in this boat.
Yeah.
And this is how, all of this came about. So it's a matter of educating and compassion.
Yeah.
And we will build again.
Sure. Would you want to pay extra to be in front of the line in a long queue, or you would want to stay in the queue in Ghana?
I stay in the queue. I stay in the queue. I feel the need to be equal with everyone. I don't feel the need, even if I have a few more dollars to get in front. That's what we experience in the United States. We understand that. So that's not our position.
Yeah.
Our goal is we are one, and we will move as one. That brings me to a project that we're working on with the modernization of Katababi School in Tinga West. And we understand that the only way that we're going to make a difference in this country is by dealing with the schools. Public school is very important. And we understand that a lot of private schools are up and coming, but public school is where we feel and where our project is going to help our young people, staff, teachers, introduce them to the history of the United States, of us in the United States, of the history of themselves. There are so many of our Ghanaian brothers and sisters who don't know the warriors that they come from, the sisters who were in power that they come from. They believe a lot of stuff just started when in 1964, when Kwame came back, or in 1957, excuse me, when the independence of the country. Ghana started hundreds and hundreds of years back.
Yeah.
So it's important to understand who we are. And as Ambassador Tucker said, that if we don't know who we are as our history, we don't know where we're going. And that's why we want to come together. There is so much that we are experiencing where there are those who want to keep us from coming together. We understand that. That's another reason why we are here.
Yes.
There are young people. There are different words that I'm hearing, and I'm just gonna bring it out because I want us to deal with it. Kata. We hear these words and we want to change the idea. That's only because they don't understand who we are. There's a mixed message of what they're seeing of us on TV, and you have to understand that the narrative of us is brought to you by those who run the station. So if it's positive, it's going to be, it's more or less, it's going to come from a black narrative of a positive and pro, if we're going to get a positive narrative of ourselves there. But here, we're going to get our positive narrative. We're going to get it here. And again, that's what we're looking for. We're making sure that our positive narrative is here amongst all of us.
I'm so immersed in this conversation. Is quite profound because a lot of people are not educated on these issues. Reason why GhanaWeb TV has the Diaspora Link program, where we talk about the diaspora and our brothers and sisters out there, the history, what happened in the past and all. And I know a lot of Ghanaians don't know that we've had two Ghanaians before the 1900s who had even started the return to Africa journey.
Yes.
And there are so many other stories from Africa where things have gone on, but you can't find them in history books in schools. And I was happy to read about the Kotobabi work you're doing, the school there, and this is quite great. But now let's talk about roads. Yes. So adopt a road in Ghana. Who came up with the idea? Was it your husband? Is that from your husband? Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
So My husband's, in the United States, there are adopted road programs. And basically the adopted road programs deal with litter, picking up, and organizations or associations or people adopting a mile of road. Their name is put upon it. It's their, it's up to them to make sure that the road is kept and trash free. And so my husband said, what if that same idea was brought back to Ghana? Because there's many of us who would love to put money and help with the government in putting money back into the roads. So we were having a lunch and we were talking with Millie, and we told her about this idea, and she was like, I love this. Let's do this. And so it began.
It was something that was on my heart. As an ambassador to Ghana, I want to leave the legacy that I did something to help the people. The roads are deplorable. Everyone knows. When I came to Ghana and they took me to my guest house at night, I was afraid. I never saw. I was going up and down and bumpity bump. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law, where are we going? Where are we? And then I found out that all the roads were like that. I thought it was just that one area. So my heart leaped when I met Hope and her husband, because literally I said, as this is my goal, if I can help improve the roads in Ghana, children trying to get to school on rafts, falling in rivers, people can't get their products to market. The rainy season, there's no gutters, no proper thing. People's home being flooded, and every rainy season they talk about it and it happens again. Somebody, and I have this saying that we always say somebody ought to do something. That somebody is me. If I can do something about it. That idea was so simple that came from her husband, but I was literally for months trying to figure out, where am I going to get all this money to fix these roads? Her husband.
He found the golden key. And how long have you been developing this idea?
We just started on it really just maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. So being here and being with you is helping us promote it and really getting the information out there. There are a lot of people all over the world who have visited Ghana. They love it here and even have commerce here. This will build, it will help. Transportation is what we need, and good transportation. And even though the government is doing a great job, they are. I've seen so much progress. But we need so much more. If it rains, it almost is a river. From the street turns into a river, and we can fix that. Those are things that we can fix.
To adopt a road in Ghana, who is adopting the road, and how are you going about this? What's the strategy?
So the adopt a road, as you can take up to a mile, you can do a half a mile, a quarter mile, however, whatever you like. But for those who don't know, a mile of road in the United States costs $1 million for just a mile of road. Here in Ghana, it costs $2,000 US to do a road.
For a mile?
For a mile. So for 10 miles is $2 million. We can do this. There's more commerce going up and down these roads in a day that's making $2 million. We can do this. The idea of people being able to put their names on it, and we're talking about the pavement, the construction, the labor, this is all going into this cost. And we want people to understand that this is a tax donation, so you'll be able to get your money back or write-off on your taxes. This also, these benefactors will also be able to have their name on the road. We're even bringing people in for a week if they're out of country, and they'll be able to stay for a week so that we can take pictures of them underneath the sign. We're going to do a plaque. Media blitz, we want them to understand that we are very appreciative of their donation, and This is a way to get the information out and their name in the country, to let them know that they can do something as well.
We would have to go on a break, but we'll come back and we'll talk about how far you've gone with this, because in Ghana there are a lot of processes and you need to meet all the officials and all of that. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back to continue this discussion. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and my guest, Millie Lauren Tucker, ambassador. Of course, I have to add that all the time, right? It's very important. And then Hope Gary, and we are talking about diaspora affairs and what the diaspora is doing for Ghana and for Ghanaians. So we are discussing Adopt a Road in Ghana projects, which the two of you are spearheading, and as you said, is quite an interesting and important project where people would support and put some money into the project, get roads done, and it's cheaper when they do it in Ghana. So people in the US may want to adopt a road, build it, have their names on it. However, the roads in Ghana, well, they belong to the state, and you need to go through the municipal and district assemblies, and you need to do a lot of paperwork before they give you permission to even put a bin by the road. So what are you doing? Have you already gone through that process? Have you been successful?
No, we've started it, and that is my role as an ambassador. I'm grateful that I have good connections and a good reputation in Ghana with the ministries and the Office of the Diaspora, the President, and I know that we have ways to go with them, but we will approach them and do all the necessary 1-2-1-2 that they want us to do. Also, this will bring tourism. This will definitely bring tourism. People love to have their names. I have Americans, I have a road in Africa, this is my name. This will bring money into Ghana. This will bring revenue into Ghana. And you know the politicians like that. Bring the money to Ghana. Okay. So yes, we know that we have to do our due diligence. Right now we're just promoting the idea. We're getting the word out there. I've already made some contacts at the proper ministries, and we will meet with them, and we have a proposal, a specific proposal of the cost and what we want to do. And I'm just praying that they accept it, that, you know, accept our help.
If they say no, what happens?
We're really going to push this. I mean, there is 61% of the roads in this country that have been classified as poor according to the Minister of Roads and Highways. We want to help. I just don't see them not wanting the help. And they're doing a wonderful job with a lot of the roads that they've been working on. The President has been putting a lot of work behind this with the ministers to work on these things. But let us help. If you're asking the diaspora to come back, then let us come back and help. Give us the tools that we need in order to help the country. And this would be a good way to give us the tools that we need by allowing a lot of the restrictions that are there to be freed up so that donations from other countries, the United States, the UK, Canada, all of them can have an opportunity. And again, we're talking about revenue streams, we're talking about e-commerce, we're talking about business, we're talking about money, and we're hoping that that will be one of the motivating factors to put them behind us.
What responses are you getting from the diaspora when you tell them about the idea?
They love it. They can't wait for us to get this thing going. Please let us know when, tell us when, how can we help, what's the support? So it's there, it's there.
And you're expecting to finish this when? Is it going to be a project forever, or there's a timeline?
There's no timeline.
There is not. I mean, as long as there are roads to be fixed.
Long term.
Yes.
It can't be done overnight. And it's a long-term project. But if this will also help the politicians in office. Do you know the majority, every time I take a Uber or a Bolt, they complain about the roads. The taxi drivers want to charge me, oh, the road is bad. I said, that's not my fault. Lower your price. You know. So this will help them. And again, this goes back to my NGO. I'm going to help the families. Yeah, they'll make more money. Their cars won't spoil. They'll pay more taxes. So let's fix the roads and get Ghana up and running like a modern day country, which it should be. It deserves to be, and the people deserve it. And our independence came how many years ago? Too many years ago. And what other countries are much far advanced than us. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm here to help support and to get things up to par. It would make me so happy to be able to drive from Accra to Kumasi on a nice smooth road without being sore when I get there. Jostled around. Okay.
So if you are before the president right now, or let's say the president is watching, what are you going to tell him right now?
We love what you have done. We thank you for allowing us to be able to come back home and asking us for our help in coming back home. We are here. Support us and help us help ourselves. That's all we want. We want to be a support to the country. Let us.
An ambassador? Anything, any special requests?
I will speak to Honorable Nana Akufo-Addo. I gave you a big hug when you gave me citizenship. I'll give you a double big hug if you allow this project to go. I plan to even meet with his chief of staff to present the project to him and his chief of staff and his cabinet. So we love Ghana, and he told us when we got citizenship, make us proud. Help me to make Ghana proud. Help me to make you proud, Nana. Help us.
I would love very much to meet the president. That would be so awesome to have that opportunity. And again, to express to him how much we are thankful. Because to be honest about it, that his request was the only one that we've heard as to come home. And I'm hoping that more countries will invite more of us to come back home. But we want him to know we're here and we are answering the call. We are bringing our expertise. There are more people from the United States and programs that we have, cultural exchange. They're bringing their expertise here for free. They want to do it for free. They want Ghana to be successful. They want it to be what it always was meant to be, what it deserves to be. That's our love.
Big love. And I said it in the beginning. They are coming with a big heart, and definitely we're going to see some changes if you are allowed to invest in the country and to also put in your resources in developing the country. Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us and also for speaking to all of us and Ghanaians, and also for reminding us of our history and our culture, because you are part of our history and our culture, and we welcome you. We are happy you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. She is the ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora. She's also the CEO of the Aaron Manvel Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. And she's here with Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. And together they are working on the Adopt a Road in Ghana project. So this project is calling on the diasporans to adopt a road, and then they get the road built, maintained, and named after them for a period of 5 years. Yes. And then after this brings tourism to Ghana, this also gives Ghana good roads, and this also fosters the diaspora and Ghana relations and makes it stronger. The bond becomes better. My name is Ismail Akwe. I hope you enjoyed this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday right here on all of our digital channels. Be safe.
we've been supporting Ghana with a project. Some of the money under that project has gone to finance this center. And we're now in the process of designing a follow-on digital operation together with the government. And we're trying to see what are some of the things that have worked well in this ongoing project that can be scaled out and replicated into a future operation, and what are some of the other stuff. We know that Ghana has huge potential. It's a very dynamic, enterprising country. We know, of course, that the coverage of digital is relatively good in Ghana, but still there's room to grow. And especially, how do you get more people access to digital broadband at prices they can afford, which is a big issue everywhere. You know, we find that in many countries, maybe the upper middle class can afford digital data, but it's harder for people on the lower end of the income spectrum. So how can we get digital broadband out to everybody? How can we get digital skills out to people? I think it was William who was saying in particular, used to people who would come from the upper north, upper west or upper east regions to get the training in Accra. Delighted to see that that's moving out to other areas. So right now we're just taking stock of what's been achieved, and I'm sure we'll digest that and feed it into the next operation we support.
You don't rely on only strikers in tournament like this. You need to have a cohesion that everybody can score from any angle. This World Cup will be the toughest World Cup ever.
If you are called to serve as maybe a scout for the Black Stars or perhaps work in the background for the Black Stars, will you take the offer?
I'm still with Great Olympics. Let me enjoy my Ghana Premier League a bit.
Hello and welcome again to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today I'll be interviewing a very interesting personality. He happens to be an ex-Black Stars player who currently plays for Great Olympics, and I guess you know who I'm talking about. Well, we're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the conversation. This is Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. So welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio. I'm here with Ajiman Bedu, who currently plays for Great Olympics. Ajingu.
Bro.
It's been a long time.
Yes, bro. How are you?
I'm fine. 2 years ago, you were on Sports Check with Daniel Drew.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Ajiman Bedu, Ajingu. How did you get that name, by the way?
Mostly people call me Nika Nika. This radio presenter gave it to me. No, Abate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we came back from the African Cup. I called my mom on the phone and said, Kwajo Nika Nika. I said, where is it from, mommy? He said they were saying on radio. So the Ajingo is because of the Ajimai. So I think like they just cut it on Ajingo. But when I was in Brekum, they used to call me Owen. Because I was very short and I was playing number 10. I play behind the striker. So they said the way I was quick, I was like Michael Owen. So when you go to Brekum, people know the Owen. But you know the Ajingo is because of the Ajimai.
Now, you play for Great Olympics. How has the feeling been ever since you returned to the Ghana Premier League?
Well, it's been very great. I started training with them 21 days ago. And I'm really enjoying myself. The guys are really doing well, work hard to this extent. We are ready for tomorrow. The league is starting tomorrow. So the feeling has been very fantastic.
Well, for you as a player, what changes have you seen ever since you returned to the Premier League? I read a little bit about you. You said you used to play for Brekum Arsenal. Now you went to Kotoko, you didn't play much, then you got your opportunity to go abroad. Now that you are back, what are the changes that you've seen? You've played in the Gen 6 tournament.
Well, I think there's still quality in the league. Although, you know, our pitches at times, it doesn't allow us to see the kind of quality we have in the league. So, quality-wise, nothing has changed in the league. The only thing I've seen is the league is really physical, very, very physical. So, that's the only thing I've seen. But for quality, there's a lot of quality in the league, a lot of quality.
With quality, when you look at your team playing with the young guys, do you think they are giving you some competition in the team? You are fighting for places in the team.
Yeah, of course. When I started training with them for the first 2 days, they were giving me, a little bit of respect. They don't want to come on me very hard. And I told them, guys, this is my job. I've been in the job. Just come, let's enjoy ourselves, play how you want to play, and just let me get into what I'm getting myself into, to just know the kind of league I'm going to start with. So from there, yes, they started coming in hard, and we are enjoying ourselves with training stuff. And the GCs also have really helped me to know the kind of league I'm coming in, and they have really helped me to build on my physical strength as well. And now I think 90% getting 100%, and I'm ready for the league, and I will enjoy myself with this great talent we have in Ghana here.
Before you get into the league, winning the GCS tournament, first trophy, Inkum came to Atafolk, won a trophy. Suleiman Tari at least has won 2. You yourself, you won 1. What would you like to say?
Well, let me congratulate my colleagues, the young talented chaps, the Olympics players, for the wonderful job they have done, and they have really helped me to settle very well as well. Because when I came, I trained only 2 days and I played my first game. But the kind of connection, the vibe I have with them have really helped me. And it's great to start with something like this. It would boost the morale of the guys to go into the league. We know the league was very difficult this year, very difficult one. Last year they did very well, came on 4th or 5th on the league. We want to do well more than that, but it all depends on how we are going to start. So the GCS have really helped. Congratulations to the guys and to the coach. He is able to have this kind of quality in the team. So we will take it from there and move on with the Ghana Premier League.
As the Ghana Premier League starts, which teams do you think are going to give you guys a run for your money next season?
No, for the games I have played, I think you can't write any team off, especially when you are going on away games. There are some venues that are very difficult to play. When you go to Doma, it's very difficult. Brekum, my hometown, I know how the stadium is very hot one as well. When you go to Tamale, it's not an easy game there. Now they have 2 teams there, which are very difficult. Mediama is not easy. Karela have watched the games when I was in Europe, and I know the kind of venues we are going to approach. So you just need to train very hard, map your strategies, and go into the game. But trust me, all the venues are really difficult. I have played here before, going 12 years ago, and I don't know how the venues are. But this year, with the quality we have and how the teams have really prepared, every venue is difficult for any team.
So if any venue is very difficult, do you think Olympics can win the league this time? Because last year they came close, they were fit, they lost grip of it, they were at some point first and stuff. This season you are back, you are in it for great Olympics. What do you think can they win the league?
No, listen, the league is coming to start. We haven't even played our first game. A difficult situation for us. 34 games in the league. You can't say you can win the league. We will take game after game. Now our focus is on Bichim. Remember, we played them 3 games before we are coming to meet them tomorrow. We played them a friendly game at the Ajengano Astrotef. We played them in the GCS, the first game we drew, and they won on penalties. And we met them at finals, and we were able to beat them 2-0 to take the cup. Now the first game of the league, we are going to meet them. It won't be an easy game. I have watched their team. They have a total quality in the team. They move a lot of interpositional changes. This kind of things, when you're playing them, it's not an easy game. So winning the league right now is not the focus. The focus is to get everybody ready and take game after game.
Can you play 90 minutes?
For what I have seen and where my fitness level have reached, I think I can. Yeah. It depends on my performance and how the coach will see me. There's a lot of games and 34 games, so we will see how it goes. But I think I'm ready for the league.
So, which of the games are you really looking forward to? Against Kotoko, Hearts? Are you looking for that game against Brekum Chelsea when you finally return home?
Listen, I'm ready for all the games. I'm looking at all the games, but obviously, where I have started everything was in Brekum. Fortunately or unfortunately, I play for Brekum Arsenal, so I'm not going to meet them. I will meet Brekum Chelsea, but it's still Brekum. So it will be a bit emotional to go there to witness the kind of TEF I left 12 or 13 years ago. I'm looking for that game. I'm looking to meet my good friend Samuel Nkum as well. because I started everything my football career from with him. So it would be nice acting to meet him. Although we chat a lot, he's my good friend. We speak a lot, but on the field it's been like 8-9 years we haven't played together or like things like that. So I'm ready for all the games, but Brekum will be one stadium where I'll be emotional to go.
But that Gamashi derby, Olympics versus Hearts, it's a big game, you know.
No, it's a league game. It's only 3 points. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a normal league game.
The fans don't see it that way.
No, I understand from the aspect of the fans. Yes, I understand. But a footballer is 3 points. It's nothing special.
Are you ready for the hooting? You know, Olympics fans, when sometimes you make a mistake, an error. Remember that CK?
Listen, my brother. I have been in the job for long. I thought about it before joining the Ghana Premier League. I love football, and I love the fans. This kind of change, if it's not in football, football won't be football. So we are ready for everything.
Let's look at you coming back to the Ghana Premier League. Some of your friends, ever since you joined, have they contacted you to say, Ajingu, how are things going? Can I return? Have you been hearing from some of them?
Well, some congratulated me, but what I can say is everybody has his mindset. My mindset is I haven't stopped playing football. The 2 concrete offers I got in Europe, it wasn't too favorable. Once it wasn't too favorable and I'm not going out and I haven't stopped playing football, I can't stay at home and be rusty. Training alone and training with the club is different. So I wanted to join the club, not to be rusty, and we see how my football career will go again. So some have congratulated me. So what I can say is, if you haven't stopped playing, you haven't gotten anything outside, you can't stay at home. Just come, let's make the league exciting, help these young talented players to grow and to enjoy the game you like best.
But are you using this opportunity to also get in your coaching badges and all that? Or?
I think it's an option, but right now I just want to concentrate on Olympics and enjoy football a bit.
How many seasons can you go playing?
If tomorrow I wake up and my body is not responding on the pitch, I will quit football.
When you say your body is not responding, maybe you can run and all that.
No, I'm a footballer. If my body is not responding on the pitch on how I want it to respond, I'll call it a quit.
Okay, on that note, we are taking a short break. On return, we'll delve into the Black Stars and other players who are doing so well in their club teams and all that. My name is Joseph Adamafiu and you're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. You're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Ajingu. Ajiman Bedu.
Yes, boss.
Before we leave the Ghana Premier League and talk about the Blasters, let's look at Kudu's performance at Ajax. There were talks during the transfer window that he should take a loan move away from Ajax and all that. He decided to stay. The coach decided to give him his first opportunity to start a game. In the Champions League, he scores a goal. What do you make of his performance and the
Listen, I really love that guy from my heart, and he's super talented footballer. I love footballers with character, and he have character. You see, he wanted to move. He speak out that he's a bit frustrated because he's not getting playing time. The kind of qualities he have, he thinks he needs to play. The coach sees him otherwise. He gave him the opportunity, and he delivered. This is the kind of character players I love. And let me tell you, right now in Ghana, if you are talking about even 3 talented footballers we have in the national team now, you can't write him off. He has everything in football. He knows how to go in spaces. He knows how to shoot. He can handle the ball. He's a good passer of the ball. He's an icon for Ghana.
For Felix Afena-Gyan, we all don't know his decision why he moved back. It appears that he also wants to get more playing time in Italy. You've played in Italy, you've played quite a while with Udinese. Do you think his move is good? And would you have taken such a decision if you are in his shoes? Because you were in the Blasters, he's also in the Blasters. You again also coming on as a substitute and all that. At that point in time, people explained that being a substitute, I think Ahmed Baruso explained that being a substitute doesn't mean that you're a bench warmer, but you're a game changer. Do you think his move to Kimonisa is good?
He's very young. He's played, let's say, 2 games with the national team, and he did very well. Obviously, maybe the coach will need him in the World Cup, so he needs to play. Because the World Cup is different stage altogether. You will see it as World Cup, but it's different stage. It's a good move. He was one of the fantastic coaches in the world. And unfortunately for him, when they signed Belotti, I knew maybe his game time would be limited. And he have chosen very well to go to this club to get a playing time before the World Cup. And I think it's a very good move. It will help him to regain the confidence and to help us in the World Cup.
Do you think that gaining more playing time at club level will give competition in the Blaster squad to be named for the World Cup?
Yeah, but I think you need competition in the team. You see, this World Cup will be the toughest World Cup ever.
Why?
Why is the tournament will be in November. The leagues are going on. So every country who is coming is bringing with his full force top quality players with great form. Because the league will not go on recess, then you go back 1 week, camping and stuff like that. The league is going on, then we enter the World Cup. Second, the substitute FIFA have changed. Now it's 5 substitute. Imagine if your bench is not rich and other teams, their bench is rich. You are doomed. So you need quality on the field and on the bench. So getting the playing time is good for all the players because you can't use only 2 games in the World Cup that you want to regain your form back. It's just only 2 games. You are gone. So all those players, all my prayers is they will get the playing time to be on top of their game before the World Cup starts. Because when you go to Portugal, Cancelo is playing every 3 days. Bruno Fernandes is playing. Vicino is playing. All their players are playing. So our should also get the playing time before the World Cup so that we can have a formidable squad to face all these kind of teams. But quality-wise, no doubt about it. The inclusion of these new guys in the team is a plus to the team as well. But all lies in the hands of the handlers. I know they are well experienced. Where the coach is coaching is well experienced. They have passed through a lot of coaches. Chris is well experienced as well. He can help me a lot. George, well experienced. Richard Oleleke, the goalkeeper trainer, well experienced. He's been there. So I think we will have a good team for the World Cup this year.
What I thought about the players who have naturalized and coming to play for the Black Stars, would it be difficult for them to settle into the Black Stars? During your time, you had the likes of Quincy Owusu-Abiyi came, Kevin Prince Boateng also came. Would it be difficult for Inaki Williams, who doesn't speak the local language, or perhaps the likes of Stefan Ambrosius and Ransford Yeboah?
Kevin, when he was here, I don't think he speaks Twi, but he was one of the finest players who joined the team. I mean Kevin Prince Boateng. He did very well, great job with the national team. So I don't think communication-wise will be a problem. I think football now have really changed to a different dimension, which the communication is a key, but it's not a key. The mindset of a player is a key. The character the player has is a key. And with these players you have mentioned, I think they have the character, they have the mindset. They know why they chose Ghana. This is not like a club side you can change nationality again or change a club. This nationality switch is once and for all. So they have thought about it, have known the kind of nationality they are coming to join. So they are welcome at home. You support them with everything, but they should help us to build a formidable team beyond the World Cup.
The game against Brazil, before we talk about World Cup, what are your expectations? Did you play that one that you played years ago?
London, yes.
What was the preparation towards that match, knowing that you're going to play the likes of Ronaldinho, Pato, and the likes?
A good confidence for the player, playing with these quality players, and to know the kind of World Cup you are going in. Most of our players are very new players, so they need to test this kind of friendly matches before the World Cup. So it's good thing. Whatever the scoreline will be, I'm not looking at this. I'm looking at the kind of team we are building beyond the World Cup, and the team we are building for the World Cup. So it's a good friendly game for the Stars.
What was your memory in that match? Like something memorable from that match you would recall?
No, when I'm playing, when I don't win anything, I don't have memory. We lost the game, but we played well. That's what I can say. And it was just a friendly game. It was a preparation to get this kind of games, so that you know the kind of teams you are going to meet in future. So it was just one of the normal preparation games, and we really enjoyed ourselves. But we lost the game, so no memories at all.
No memories at all. Now let's talk about the World Cup. Uruguay, Portugal, South Korea. Which games do you think we can win? Which games do you think we can lose? Which game do you think this one the Black Stars can settle for a draw?
Listen, when somebody tell you our group is easy, then the person is lying to you. Let's be frank to each other. We have one of the difficult groups. We want to do revenge, but the revenge have to be on the field. It's not like what we will say. We need to prepare very well, be mentally tough, because I see a lot of quality in this Uruguay team, even more than the.
You think so?
Yes, because we will concentrate only on Suarez.
Not only Suarez.
Who again?
Perhaps maybe Cavani will be there.
Yes, but now they have Darwin Nunes. Don't say he's not doing well in Liverpool for now because of, so he will not do well. No, he's a very good footballer. 6 months ago, he played 32 games. He was scoring 26 goals when he was in Portugal. He's a very good striker. They have a lot of. Portugal, you don't need to talk about them, because even if you close your eyes, you can mention all their players. Korea, they have.
Song Heung-min?
Yes, not only him. They have 6 players who are playing in Europe.
Yeah.
And they have, yes, they have 3 in Germany, 2 in Spain, and 3 in EPL. And I have seen them, I have watched them, I have done an analysis about them, and they have a team that is difficult to beat. You don't need to focus on anyone. Concentrate on game after game and prepare before the World Cup, and you can do well.
If you are called to serve as maybe a scout for the Black Stars, or perhaps work in the background for the Black Stars, will you take the offer so that you do it to help us at the World Cup? Perhaps if you don't want to play.
No, my knowledge have not reached there now. I want to concentrate on Olympics and enjoy football for now.
But we've seen in the past players, Utuado started as a scout for the Black Stars.
But look at his pedigree. I haven't read that pedigree yet. He started, he stopped playing, and he went in. I'm still with Great Olympics. Let me enjoy my Ghana Premier League a bit.
I get that point. But looking at the Black Stars, the changes that we are going through currently, do you think that the striking department, we need more in the striking department?
You see, football, yes. Like Asamoah, he will be in the game, then 90 minutes he will do wonders. Yes, but if the striker is not having a good day, where from the midfielders? Where is the midfielders? Where is the set pieces? It came to a time in the national team, Jumensa will come from the back, corner kicks, then he will head the ball and score. Mike Lesian, Sule Muntair, free kicks, then they will score. You don't rely on all the strikers in tournament like this. You need to have a cohesion that everybody can score from any angle. And free kicks is key in this kind of games. Corner kicks, set pieces. So yes, strikers is important, but you need to have all around that. When you have set pieces too, you have midfielders or attackers who are very dangerous, and rely on your attacking midfielders as well.
Rely on our attacking midfielders. You've seen Mohamed Kudus, I've mentioned him, Andrea Ayew, Partey will be there, and the likes. The midfield is going to be very heavy. What should they do to ensure that they stop these opponents, Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea, from scoring, and also rather the Black Stars scoring more goals?
No, when you have the ball, let him struggle to get the ball from you. And when he get the ball, try to get the ball easy from him. And you are good to go as a midfielder.
The 2010 World Cup, 2014 World Cup, as a team, did you guys set up a group that sometimes you were talking to each other as midfielders, or some core blasters that, okay, this is the thing that we are going to do in midfield and all that? Because sometimes you watch the Black Stars play, Sule Muntari, ACN, and Lai Kiston, and Stephen Appiah. It was like they knew where every player was and stuff. How do you guys ensure that you build that cohesion in the team? Because, as you said, the World Cup, the clubs will not release the players early. So how do they build that cohesion now that everybody's playing for their club team?
You know, one is character they have, and two is communication on the field. Etienne and Sule, they started from the under-17, they went to the under-20 World Cup, they know each other very well. It's like me playing with Rabiu Mohammed in midfield or Andre Didayu. I know a lot of movement about them. So there is one. Two, we have something in football called individual brilliance. That is why at times if the team is not doing well, then an individual will avail himself and be a hero. So individual brilliance is also good. You train with him, you play 1 or 2 games with him. At least you need to have that intelligence to know how he moves and how he controls ball. And the individual brilliance is the key to this kind of questions you are asking me.
Finally, as we wrap up on Sports Check, what's your memorable game in the national team? Which one?
2.
Okay, tell me.
One is the under-20 World Cup, which is an obvious I will choose, and one is the goal I scored, which was nominated for Puskas Award.
Tell me more about that particular goal.
Well, it was a rehearsal at training grounds. It was Andre Dede, it was a set piece, that's a corner kick. Andre will give the ball to Inkum, Inkum will give it to me, then I will do a cross. Andre gave the ball to Inkum, Inkum gave the ball to me. The first control, I lost it, and the ball raced like this, so I didn't have an option than to go for power. Fortunately for me, it entered.
Well, who is your favorite coach in the national team? You play under different coaches. Who you say was your favorite coach?
I have a lot of coaches. I have a good relationship with all the coaches. But the person that I would choose is Slastete.
I wanted to put that as my last question. Why would you say is your favorite coach?
Well, it was through him that I'm here today, and I passed through a lot of coaches, and the kind of encouragement, the kind of things he put in my head before the Under-20 African Cup, and where I have reached, I think he has really helped me in my career. But I don't want to forget Pagwasi Fabian as well. He took me from Berlin FC, it was 2nd division, from 2nd division straight to Brekum Arsenal, which was a premier team. So these 2 coaches, I don't joke with them.
Do you sometimes feel disappointed that Salah Stete never became the Black Stars coach at the peak of his coaching career?
No, I don't feel disappointed. I think he's proud of himself, what he has achieved for the nation, and the nation will be happy for him, what he has done as well. But you know, every season with what it brings. So maybe that season, the country thinks otherwise, and it's a good choice for the country. The most important is the country, it's not the individual. But I think what he has done for Ghana, he needs to be celebrated.
He needs to be celebrated. As we wrap up on the show, final question. What's that one thing that you think Ghanaians don't know about Ajiman Bidu? Your music life, actor?
Well, I'm a Shatta Movement fan. I don't hide it. I love listening to everybody, but you know, everybody have a preferred choice. But I think I love to do a lot of research about everything. Everything. Agriculture, football, politics, everything. Like, I love to do a lot of research to know a lot. But maybe when I'm playing with an opponent, yeah, I try to, every time, you know, it will be going through my mind like the style of play he plays. If he's a midfielder, he's powerful, where he's not powerful, you know, if he defends well or he's attacking midfielder, you know, I read a lot of things, but it's all based on the research, so I like to do a lot of research. Maybe that's what people don't know.
Okay. So that's how we wrap up on this edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi, and I did this with Ajiman Bidu, and Richard Van Der Poel was behind the scene handling the 2 cameras. Thanks for watching. See you in another episode. Bye for now.
Reason why you should hike this mountain. This is the reason why you should see this animal. Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently live at the Volcanoes National Park and we are going to be seeing the mountain gorillas. This is the main reason why I came to Rwanda and I'm super excited. I'm going to experience this with you. The view behind me is so beautiful. I'm imagining hiking to the top and seeing the gorillas. I hope you're excited just as I am. I'm going to take you along and yeah, we are currently here. We are going to have some coffee before we start the hike. So I'm going to take you along. I know you're super excited just as I am. So let's go guys.
My name is Beck. B-C-K.
Okay.
So I'm going to be your guys. We are going to share the best experience for them.
Woo! We are super excited.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to make it the best out of everybody.
The mountain gorillas are endemic species only here in that place. They have two different natural habitats. So there is one population of mountain gorillas which is located in the Virunga Massif. Virunga Massif, it's a big forest which is bordering 3 different countries, Rwanda, Congo, Uganda. So one side it's in Rwanda, we have Volcanoes National Park. Then behind it's in Congo, there is Virunga National Park. Then another side it's in Uganda, there is Mugahinga Gorilla National Park.
Gotten to the starting point and guess what, it's raining. That is why the raincoat was needed, so I'm so glad I rented the raincoat. So we're about to start. I have this cloth just to keep me this is not waterproof, but then I mean at least my hair and my top doesn't get wet. I'm super excited about it. I'm really excited. This is my first time experiencing something like this and I think everybody should if you can. Yeah, so yeah, thank God for this. I can put my phone and my camera. So yeah, we're about to start and I'm going to take you along. This is how it looks like from here. Let me show you guys. This is the sticks we are going to use to hike because it's going to be a very tedious hike and yeah, I think this is going to be my most difficult hike. Yeah, because from what I hear and what they say about this experience, this is our tour guide. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, Drew. Hi, Kalite. Are you all excited? Yeah, everyone.
The communities living around the park. So among the communities, we have the porters. The porters are the people who help the tourists to carry the bags.
Okay.
So that's why you see the team of the people standing there. So if you need some of them,
they can help us.
Yes, they can help you.
Good. Okay. This experience is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board and it costs about $1,500 per person. So he's estimating 2 hours hike because of where the gorillas are currently and I'm super excited about this. Let's go guys.
The crops you see here with the white flowers, we call them pyrethrum. So we make insecticide.
This is the plant. It's super cold and I literally need like some breath on my hands so I can feel fresh. We have just started. We've done about 10 minutes of walk and we are still on. This is my team members. Everybody is excited to see the gorillas. Hi, Amina. Amina is from Morocco. Hi, Jocelyn. We are all super excited. So the military have their helicopters around for just in case of an emergency. There are a lot of groups. We are just one of the groups. For people who can't walk for long hours, they have taken them to the shortest route. But we are using the longest route because we wanted to have a full experience of everything. This is how it looks like here. Sorry. Second stop, and everybody's just chilling and sitting. Yeah. Look at the shed. Bye bye. Got a little boy in there. Bye. How long do you think we are going to see the gorillas?
From here?
Yeah.
2 hours.
2 hours from here?
Yes.
I thought we have done almost 30 minutes already.
Yes.
Wow. The search begins. Let's go, guys. We have finally entered the jungle and we're about to start the real hike. We have spent about 30 minutes, but the guide says you have about 2 hours to find the gorillas.
This is the forest already. This is the natural habitat for the gorillas. So, before to meet the gorillas, I would like to tell you how you're going to behave here in the forest and in front of the gorillas. I told you, apart from the gorillas, here we have the other animals like buffaloes and elephants. So you know they are not friendly animals. That's why from here we have one pack ranger who has the gun. So it's here for ourselves. In case we meet the buffaloes or elephant, he can scare them using the gun. It's not allowed to leave any rubbish in the forest. You keep everything in your bags. Also, it's not allowed to take anything from the forest, like fruits, flowers, or other things. So, once we be nearby the gorillas, I will give you the time to be prepared. I will show the place where you leave your walking sticks and your backpacks. We have to leave our sticks behind because still now the gorillas are having the bad memory of poaching problems. So many years ago, the poachers used the spears to hunt them. That's why in case we take the sticks to the gorillas, you can disturb them. So, after leaving the sticks and our backpacks, we meet the gorillas. Of course, we take your cameras, then we meet the gorillas. So with the gorillas, we stay 1 hour. That's maximum time. The end of 1 hour, we leave them. Because in the case we stay more than 1 hour, it can stress them. So, with the gorillas, we stay together. We keep a tight group, and you take pictures for them, but don't use flash. Flash camera scare the gorillas. To eat, to drink with the gorillas, it's not allowed. You can do that before or after leaving them. Then, it's not good to point the gorilla with the fingers like that. Because when you point them like this, they think you have something in your hands, you want to throw to them. So don't point at them. But eye contact, no problem. You can facing them, even the silver. The distance we have to keep from to the gorillas, we keep 10 meters. But sometimes it's not easy to keep a good distance because of the type of the vegetation. Sometimes the vegetation where it's too much dense, you can reduce it to be a distance. Also, the most of the time, that distance can change because of the behavior of the gorillas. Because the gorillas, they are more friendly to humans, so they don't mind to come close to us. In case the gorillas come close to us, what we do, we have to move back slowly, then we make sure that we have good distance. In case the gorillas come to us using the same way we are, what we do, we have to go to one side, we give it away, then the gorillas come to us. In the case the gorillas come to you to touch you, it's happening often. To touch you, to grab you like this, or to kick you. So that is always a friendly interaction. That means, in that case, please don't be scared. It's normal behavior. They do that for fun. Good. But for you, you are not allowed to touch them back, of course.
Okay. Don't touch them back.
For the silverback and other big boys, they are always more confident. They want to show you how strong they are. Sometimes they come to you, they beat on the chest, they break some big trees, or making the big noise. I know it's scary, but in that case, what you do, it's not allowed to run away, because when you run away, immediately it can follow you. So what do? You crouch down, you submit like this, and then you talk to them.
Wow. What do I say? Hello.
You speak good language.
What's their language? Ooh, ooh. we are practicing how to make. Let's all go. One exciting thing the guide mentioned to us is the fact that when the gorillas eat the sprout of bamboos, they get drowned, so they can be more hyper. But then he's very sure about their behavior, so whenever they behave as such, he's going to let us know and know how to behave, just as he has shared with us earlier on. So yeah, it's so muddy, and this is how it looks like from here. Look at the very beautiful view, and down here is down the valley, and yeah, it's quite a steep valley. Look at the view from here. We are currently high above sea level. That's the township over there. It's so foggy, it's difficult to tell. How far are we from the gorillas?
This is the halfway.
Halfway?
Yes.
So we still have more than an hour to go, because it looks like we are not finding.
This forest is the oldest national park in Africa. Has been created in 1925 because the gorillas here were identified for the first time in 1902 by a German. So after a few years, in 1925, the king of Belgium decided to create this forest as the first national park in Africa, just for rural conservation purpose.
Currently having a snack break and a water break, so yeah, you're all invited. Cheers, guys. Cheers. We are having banana and cupcakes as snack. Let's do this snack is well needed. The tour guide says we should avoid this plant because if it touches your skin, it's going to eat you. Visibility here is currently very poor, so I'm not going to allow this thing touch my skin, but it can touch my dress. So look, so foggy here. So we are currently here. We are not supposed to talk too much, and we've seen one, but we need to get close to them. We are supposed to wear nose masks because of COVID, and yeah. But before hiking, we all did our COVID test, but then we all have to protect ourselves. This is our local guide. Hello. Look at the gorilla. This year is the silverback, which is the leader of the group. They tend to develop a silver section of hair over their back and hips from 12 years old. So guys, he's currently eating. So guys, we've seen about 5 gorillas. This is a reason why you should come to Rwanda. This is a reason why you should hike this mountain. This is a reason why you should see this animal. I've seen it from there for the first time and I'm really, really happy. I'm overwhelmed. Like, guys, they are so beautiful and wow, it's just like we see on TV, just like we see in Nigeria, just like we see on YouTube. Like, I get to experience it, and this experience, mwah. Thank you, Rwanda Development Board. So, we are currently searching for more families here. So, yeah, this is how it's going here. No, there's somebody there. How old do you think that he is? 2 years. 2 years. Oh, okay. So this particular one is a very young one, and he's really enjoying. He's been eating for some time now. Oh, I just spotted another one here. Oh, it's so foggy. It's so difficult to see. Sorry. Come up. This is the bigger one. He's coming here. I'm really, really happy I was able to do this. This is yeah, this is how I look now. My shoes are so dirty everywhere and I'm so wet, but then I was able to see them, which makes me so happy, which makes my dream come true, which makes all the things I see on TV a reality. This is an amazing experience. Everything that has a beginning definitely has an end. This brings us to the end of the hike, and the most difficult part is hiking down, which is going to take another 2 hours to do. So yeah, we are hiking down the forest and it's so slippery, but then I feel so much fulfilled because I was able to see them in their natural habitat. This is something you won't get to see. The only countries you can see them is Rwanda, Congo, and where?
Uganda.
and Uganda. So these are the only 3 countries. So when you want to experience the gorilla hiking, please make it a point to come to Rwanda. This is a place. This experience is nice. Yeah, even though it's nice, it's difficult. It's the most difficult thing I've done in my life, my entire life. Look at how the ground looks. I really appreciate the tour guys. You guys are doing amazing. Cheers. Cheers. Remember when we got here, you could see the view, but look at how it's so foggy now. It's really steep. We finally made it to the wooden bridge where we started. I've never been this excited to see a wooden bridge in my life. This experience, wow, is not for the faint at heart. But is it worth it? A big yes. A very big yes. You guys remember when we started? There was no fog here. But look at now. Everywhere is foggy. And yeah, it feels as though we are in the clouds. I'm sure when we descend the mountain to the start point, I mean this is basically the trail start point, but down there is where the offices are, so we are going there. And yeah, I'm super excited. I was able to make it because it's not a joke at all. So guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed hiking on top of this mountain, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here. Until next time on my next video, right here sorry, right here for Rwanda. Super cold. I love you all. Until next time, I want to say mwah.
Nansa yade bo me de yade no ko ho ko kire wo me se munhwe mama ne hunu e bo mo hye me no mo ani so so ade so ehia se me de ko hospital enti se ne na ade ne ko na afede to mojam enti me nua no mu na obi de ko fa ties be fa me tu mo de me ko he me ba bia ye me ko ye ho aduma doctor na me ko ye no ne chese de ade na ko duro no na nya sika antamo a me na no e pro wo inside enunti na yesa me private car me beton private car high nifu na beton nam say na ye ni brisam nti bo sha mo sha me suska no manti ka no beton fofofo.
Between 2017 and 2020, the Bank of Ghana, in a radical move, conducted what it tagged as a cleanup of the banking sector. This saw the revocation of licenses belonging to over 100 financial institutions. The Bank of Ghana said this was necessitated to safeguard the deposits of customers. In the end, some customers were compensated. However, some customers of the National Trust Holding Company Limited are yet to receive their funds. This is because their financial institution was not affected by the exercise. However, their efforts to access their funds has yielded no results for over 2 years. Today we sit with some affected customers to listen to their plight. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AC. Welcome back. This is Say Loud with me, George AC. As indicated earlier, we are seated today with some customers of the National Trust Holding Company. When the government conducted a banking sector cleanup in 2017 and 2020, they were happy that their institution was spared. But that notwithstanding, their efforts to retrieve their funds some 2 years has failed. We speak to some of their customers this morning. Benny,
yeah.
With the answer na beshem komona seno and saying komo enam krom ha ne se omani ma yede aban na nkasa agi atum se eniema enhyeda enye sa say na modie mote
etisa sisi ne de omano emu ayede no efa no agye sika samso enti se me ma famu no bra ye 2017 and the birthday as voluntary pensioner and a pensioner. And the time we buy a company so Yamaquan Kakra to me buy a scano with the be ye Fiuma Kakra and a bar set a bra bano. So I transferred a if we buy your whole year introduction be say Kayametu to treasure base no money insurance a EBA. You be a bar on which my boy. That time of train of your old training and say, you be sick as a basa. For the gamma, the company, gamma. And it also tea and conforno Casani be a train or cancer investment, no share and conforno talk on any other now. Say, you per se, you to me, a remoire. Inaku room na investment ebe boy na also bank no say our team dia for long and say to me invest here ebe boy cause say it can work akoda on yedi nkwa enitima yani eba sa butai no so nti enu na chi no sam me say no me call on office na bra me call ye no de koda me ho adi sam free akabro na mra me be kofie no interview course honum and as a introduction course on na nije ho nti mpese me be invest nti onu so jeme so na mum no yantimi an go through agreement eyibi se ebia se na mum mo jiska no ma onum me ayino two separate 20,000 one separate and another 20,000 and also separate. But first 20,000, 3 months interest no, na 3 months. And another 20,000 so me no 6 months. And me sa adini vie yo mu conclude bibia no ma me receipt na me de buy. Enti ewo mu no ano 6 months soon. 3 months in the almost a mother mammy. Okay. Another 6 months in the show, and some of the mammy. I think if you want to, just say, okay. Any better than but Yabeka, Pacho, as also Medicain, a sitting a motor saying, Sonia Yamate or my name saying.
Sitani de Moya de Pa, said the canon. Me so me join NTAC 2018. January me to treasure bill me two different types. Nina na 30,000. Nti 2019 no na said me titi se NMC course no na efa nam one ni yina ebubo ban any banking clean up exercise no me ti me rashiko eko withdraw one part Emma omutu amame enti another part na ekae no e free hono na interest no a ese omutu ano na mba say 3 months no so now ko je wo check e be delay ansana e be yo cobra ansana e chire omo di ama
nti oni omo ye sen boso me sen ansa cobra na start
eno ye November 14th 2019 last year 3 months interest amiji no November 2019 14th November 2019 and the free honor there na say 3 months na mabiem kra mabiem nti free honor wo kwa na ya say na da na say o tena say sa ana ye di krekre mu a ye guso hwani mu say ye nsa be kan bibi
o ka say na say o tena say no mpendo do say na wakoho na okwa dan potin na omokacho
ho de yakoho several times mean some no bia meti ye ni say almost discana invest na nipa na almost discana bia bobo nkrofo bisia almost discana ko di omo no almost contractors media meti ye na mekan but contractors no so enti mi metu ye sika no enti na ye sika no alloking no asema me meti ye ni bi no
openyi u kan say omuba we dwuma mu be cheche mu senia but eden potin na e wungina so efa gidie a wo mu anyone kasa wa brabo ana eda wani mu no eden potin na hye wunkran an ma oni NTHC no ekọ dis answer maso no
ne hye mi nkran say on say na ye wo ye training pension training and instead of be about sikasam e be butumi a handle na ankoye basa cause kano ye de bani en hu hoduness asamba ho a e ma ya brabo no asesa nti nam di kaka say one company bi leader yana say the union gam no training workers so far brabo ni adwuma yemu experience no that time no man no ho nti introduction no course no man ni ti nti akiri no kan say o say dem dey kaka no wo mu enhihye no investment di ye bia e bitima boy do ono no onim wo be pie no so nti ba say ono wo nim de na o kan bibi sa na ehye yenkran nti ama anu na chi no a me be time na me call ono mo ho nti say normal put process no so the make first part no me 3 months second part no me 6 months you said the menu an kan me call ho no omo ma me first you know 2018 no so omo e man afi 2019 no said the kan na ayen twensene okwa na yinti ho no na dia me ko sinu so no o ka kire me se nti se bia isika no ye no mo no so de bobo sense de menu ID kaka na bosen na o mo de bo no o mo de bo road contractors na electrification contractors are government no afa won enu ti se no sa sika no wono mo nti se o mo betua no government ni ntu o mo kan to mo so so sika no ma na o mo nya bi employment ayesa enti o mo de asam na court iti court ujina so a wo ye eyi se de be ya wonu be tue sika no ama contractor sika nka so mutua ma be tua ma bank no straight no mo so nya de entertain
okay
ano no mu ano twitwiri saa no abesi se ye no kasa ha
okay openyi also me gidi se oba pension na ukoe den na epusu ema oba pension o decide ye oni omubekwa akodi sa ansa waso na so ade hu ben na eda wani mu nti a ema otu sa na mo no
wa say sika de ye de ma na eda wonchen na wan hwesu yi a ebetimi asa enti me no na me ye imagine say me bra pani na o de me koi na be de okan de ma me nso me gitu mu say sika no eda wonchen sa ebetimi asa nti say be the investment kura na say 3 months bia minya profit na me the profit no mom ebe to bibia di na se me sika no e da ho nti anu nti na ma me e ko join e and secondly NTAC no me wo adwuma mu ho na me hu say a omo ba ho first na nkrofo bi agige na ayese susu bi a omo gigi na omo de koto e hon workers ni bi saa na omo ye no John to say me ba fie a me bra so bo mama ne say investment bi o ha e betimi aya every 3 months bi a e benya bibi o ho anu nti na ma me join in
but so ejuma be na we na oye ni fie sen
na me wa krabru me ejuma o 27 years
eta so ye fie oye ni fie sen me ejuma ho 37 years ko ho na mo 19 years me be ba na mo 55 years but also oko wa
me so me ko 1990
then time now on fie sen
na me o 23 years
okay all right. So they've both been telling us about their journey with NTC. They both worked with the Accra breweries, and our father here tells us that he joined the company at the age of 19 and he joined at the age of 23 years. They worked throughout that period, and on their retirement they decided to invest the money with the institution in the hope that they will have a secure future that will benefit themselves and their family, but this has not yielded the results they expected. We will take a quick breather, and once we return we will delve into their challenges in trying to access their funds and how it is affecting their personal lives and the way forward. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. We are here with Mr. Kodom and Mr. Odro. Yes, they've been telling us their journey with NTHC and how for over 2 to 3 years now they've found it very difficult in retrieving their invested funds. Afede wako onsanka usika. So na sa development enya wo wankasa wo personal wa brabo mu. Oh, ani de se me ka masa anka enya yizi. Se sia me no to no. Se enye se me yire kura na odi akonia ba dwadie ho ade na anka ba se me pension ayini nko akura de anka masa ka minim ni atome se me ka me private car me use na se yade bo me de yade no ko ho ko kire wo me se mo hwe mama ni hunu e bo mo hye me no mo ani so so ade so ehia se me de ko hospital enti se ne na ade ne ko na afede eto mojam enti me nua no mu na obi de ko fa ties be fa me tu mo de me ko he me ba bia ye me ko ye ho adwuma doctor na me ko ye no nature said that na godro no na nyesika antamo a me na no e pro inside enunti na yesa me private car me beton private car high nifi na beton nam say na ye ni brisam nti bo sha mo sha me susika no manti car no beton fofofo me ton about me ton 23 million 2300 masa sika na ni na ibia ba just say na mawura ayinum nti no treatment kakra ana ma mobile metumi kura pia me no mote yakasa anka me dimi pie free dem ma bonti Minu ani mo fa yo mo fa eno onu beta me to kam a me call ya kire se ye ko twi ayi ma me se me ma ayi nti na ma me invest ya de no 3 months de se be yanka 3 months bia make me nyesika de atwa nkwara school fees se man me ensa da so school ba ko SS ba ko GSS ana ketwa pa no na class 5 enti me school akatua da manim pa so masa say me twem ho ba bia ntwa enti se ganya me yiri na se aga kakra no ko ba na wode ya anga enu gwaase aka me de e bia nka owo ko afa me ana se nka enye kai kura so anna wo ho bo me wadwuma ma me to ya na se nka me nan ho asem ba yi nka e bia me nim ne besi ti a ho kire ya me kom me wo pim pa
Penny also so a wanya anything. Oh, I want to read me wumpa. Is I me nkwala egusu school fees ni ade adidie mu ne asem ade me ba fie 5 years na ebe me nya adwuma da me tifie enti me sika no me de koto ho senka boso me miensa bia anka me nya bibi wo ho na anka me de adidi se sika no interest maso na omo ama me bi sika no so a omo fama me so a omo fama me enti se ama sitremu ayedin pa sitremu de ayedin isi akra me so me fieru akra o tumi enti sika sam de in fact ayedin ama me papa
nkola no mo yesen
nkola no omo ye 4 but isi a mienu de me fan say omo adwie omo adu ba bia omo ankasa ebetima hwe omo nti mienu na aka no na isi aye me bedding
we de bibisa o nim say eda owura NTC first day owura ho pie obeda wo mpa so na wadwina no say wo secure odachi anka ne nti bia no bosume bia na say sene awo ye no bosume mensa bia ubenya bibi de ahwefie se ohwe wachi saada no edi besi nani ne asia sen na etew
in fact a chance ne die nanka eye na me eye nti na me koye ma say die niema mu aye de ama me papa is it can free baby am tell me kind 5 years and ebe me nya adwuma da mitifie sikanzu so a me de koto wa sesenka ho interest ba ma me didi sikanzu ma enti asitena mu dia aye dia ma me pa
so usume bisa the same question ura ho pie yes ada no na wadwen ni se nyame ye wadoma enka enna edi wanim ne de wa secure bibia but ohwese ne anyama adane aye ya sen na ete wo mu
o sese de ebomu wonom tere ne ma adane no ebomu hu pa kire se abesiri wate se me asese me wo ma me ma metiase me nuanu mo so nketo aso ho na sese akoba se BBC kura na ye tumenkra mintumenko because iniska first na eba ye me start ya na movement ne ye ne de ene BBC a mitumiko afeso mitumi nkwara no dumadie bia so na mitumi di enti senke ko no sabesi na anka asem we ene amane hunu bebrebe nka ema enti sesi ya de ahon yida pa de bidam so wom se obi betumi aka se misika 40,000 na me ko to on de den enso me de esombo mampa at least senka mentre ayi na agreement na ye na senka e ba so a minim se sa sika nka betumi amu me pa
okay sa na ya asi enyemo nko a na sebe akamu munim omo nso so ekamu hu bi omo so omo die mu tesen sene amunim no
me omo menim won mo no me adwuma mfo na menim mo no obi yare da ho sisi a enye easy na me mbese me boni din so ba ko so saadi ne ko ho no ne wo mo ntokwa ne ade ma ne pressure e sorry ye no o mo kon anye ye on de yesie no so nti me workers group na ye call ye no problem ye namu no se ye ka na se ye call mo so baako se de ye kan ya anka binum wo ho no ma kuhia ho no ma nisuo pa because say me nyankopa amwa na ebia sika no kwa me de bi ko si dan ewo me krom ma se da che nkwada kwa amanya ba bia da na me de sa sika pudo ni nyina akoto ho dia anka se da dwendwen kura kumi goto da oboba na to din sa wan kasa me ho na adwen no me hu kwa me fa so me sika so makata mo de mo fa me interest ma me fa me sika ma me na nka me ankasa no me hu kwa me fa so na manage sika so at that time of me ban me wa me ya travel ni aden ka 440,000 at that time no ka over bi kura na me to ya nka bia badesa mateka nka eboa me enso hwe me wie
so bibi de kan ho ana oh de meka ni se de mebra ne kan nipa ne de ye dosu pa ye dosu ye call office wa ye hia nipa bebrebe ebi kura ya doctors ebi ye lawyers no ne police for ne anade ye hia nipa bebrebe omo nso struggle to say the yenso struggle ya nti sisi ano emu ayedin na akoye se ye ni okamafo bi anti na omo ye yensa nti enipa nde bebrebe wo ho ye kan okamafo asem ne nipa ne dodo no. How far are you willing to go to ensure say wa dia odi akwakoja obi no onsa beka anamombe na sisi amo hwe anim se mu betu ama monsa aka mosika sisi ade anamon de eno ane senke ye sori ay ko dan ye ka na so aka dan no kwa na dan sem no omuka no ama sisi de ye ni da so eni ti se ba se mo bisa ye no mu asem yi na senka ebeto aban na sum nanka aban no ama ne nkrofo a mo hwe ankorankoro yi die mu hunu se asema ye kan dadwen a wo hono badwen nanka ono mo ahwe ne nkrofo na kasa na ye ye die miasa no mo de sika man aka be mo man ne mkura so asa aye ha because say ameto yi senye se nyi ne manyi na me sori na me ne nam saa na obi hia me obeka chem so mempa adwuma enso so nyamia hwe se sika ida hoyi anya adwuma mfa so obi amre me mo fama de mam so mo fama me na we de owu asem enti sa aban no betie na oma ono mo a omo ankorankoro yi edie na omo di ho dwuma no akọ nkrofo no ho no omo akoka na se wonom no pepe busia bi kura de atwetwa eka na ye mobro fu kura yeso yetumi de nwan ne de be yo mponche ne de be yo ye na nka ye hunu ye ho ano a anka mfin se ebe ma oman no ana ye ya brabo mu no so ata adwedwe ye kakra so dro onso said ye kan no esi ya ni mu kase se empani 40 a ye besra o me so mu momodia na o mu tuhu anamo no mu moy efi se ye ko no cry titi se NTAC no cry Bank of Ghana home ye ti se senate so home enti up to now no ye hu anamo bia o mu tu even though artisam ne titi enti se ye no cry se Bank of Ghana ni senate for ehun wo mu dia ene animanimu yi ha ya ye sre o mu a kwan bia o mefa so a omodi ensika be man a omfa so na se ye bre ja ye di sia no na ansa na mebisa wanu asem etwa to no on say before we nyina be si no aban ye clean up e make sure say omonan engine ba bi pa no oyi omu fi ho e ma omo customers ne krampo no aban kira otua omuka time a wote ye say wo de be bia osika da no anka omo no jidie be na ba omu o de toto ne asi hu a jidie be na ba omu na afi de wasem etwa to no na
abra abane kan sa no ehwemi bomi hu e ma no sa akọ na mo kan se sisi ne ekosu mo so mo hihye ye tisen omo so omo de omo omo ne abane na wi na omo ewo lansisa omo de adwuma na esika nde enyera kwan bia so ye nsabeka na eno so makoma to me yem kakra adba yen sabeka no achi a mekọ ho di akwanya pa me yare ye America ho asema o mo dada me nyina achi ni hunu hwe nti ni nyina mu no se aba no nya hwehwemu na obi mama let se obi ko ye hwehwemu o Bank of Ghana ho mama se nti mo ni din se wono mayi na enhye Bank of Ghana se eno me ti ye nche kura na na me no wo kese eni ti se na no ma bi nyina sa ye he kire se eni ene che se ma wabi because emfa ho se de enti kan me de ewu bia no esom me bopa enti se no se ya mpa se o mpenfo be boa ye dia na se mpenfo sipi so mbe boa ye dia o munye hwehwemu hwe se nkofo na ye na registered for Bank of Ghana na
Mr. Joe asemi si ye no motu ho anamo mpempen so be na mo de mo ase mo akodru a sila monte ho hwe ye
oh de meka ni se enu de office wa na da bia ye ko office wa na ye ko nti ye ko a da bia old story na no moka mo ntwen bibi o pipeline mo sa da bia sa se panimu bi se ye hu panimu pa se last time bi ne call ya me bra yi pra na ye tam no to kam ye call managing director na office anu ne call ye and they gidi se si a mo frefre mo ho mo be hia o se o be ma yen sika no bi anu kra na nya ni nyina mo ka se o be ma me bra yi 10,000 na ka me so o ma me 5,000 enso anu kra no later 5,000 o mo de ma me bra na me so ma me 3,000 say ye ntwen na sika ni wonti na chire o mu guso nti chire o be sa ma yen balance na kan that was SAS kaya making cry o mo de ma 20th June ya 2022 ya no mo de ma
nti ne krakra mo no mo de se de ne mo pai ba mo de to omo mo da kona juma kona no ene aban ene regulators no
nti hono de America ni say besre aban ni say omrem na yesi kasem no onhwe na onye hu bibi man ani NTAC for na kasa nso de omuye bia nso de se omuye bia omso nyire omo no omunye na afi no sika no omuma yensanka because sika na da ho say no mo stop investment no say sika no enyi biem se mo stop no nso na esesa mo di sika man na se mo mfa man dia na se sika ya da ho over 2 years enyi biem enti se sika ne de kwan bia nso na omofa na omodi sika man enti e besra aban ne se on twa na ni hwe nanka omwaye na yensanka sika.
So it has been another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. My guests today were Mr. Francis Odro and Mr. Kojo Kodom. And they are two pensioners who invested with the National Trust Holding Company Limited in the hopes that their interest and their principal will help them in their time of need and in this time of their retirement. Unfortunately, that has not succeeded, as for the past 2 years they've been struggling to access their funds. They've been sharing their plight with me and telling me how life has been very difficult for them over the years, and they have appealed to the managers of the institution as well as the government and regulators of the fund management area to look into the matter and ensure that their funds are paid them. This has been another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, once again, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye.
is not left out. The northern region hasn't been left out in this. And we have a fair share of the Agenda 111 projects that are being undertaken in the region. As you are no doubt aware, the flagship program projects of our government in the health sector is Agenda 111, which was launched on the 17th of August 2021 by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. These projects, when completed, are expected to significantly deepen delivery of health care at the district levels and at all levels, improve access to healthcare services for all citizens, thus ensuring the attainment of the United Nations Goal 3, which talks about good health and well-being. The stark reality is that access to good health facilities in the region has been very poor, to say the least. The current OPD per capita in the region is 0.5, which is far below the national target of 1. It is therefore very welcoming that our region has not been left out in the Agenda 111 projects. It is instructive to note that out of the 16 MMDAs, 8 of them are benefiting from the Agenda 111 projects, and the region will also benefit from a psychiatric hospital that would be located in Tamale. The MMDAs are Sagnarugu, Savulgu, Nantong, Saboba, Myong, Bandai, Nanumba South, and Kumbungu, while the psychiatric hospital will be in Tamale. I am happy to announce that works on all 8 Agenda 111 projects are progressing steadily, and when completed, the access to good health facilities and well-being of our people will be very much improved. You have a picture gallery of project sites of these projects that are self-explanatory. You have the Nantong, the Savulgu municipality, Sanargo, the Wulesi in the Nanumba South district, and Bandai and Sabuba as well. All of these project sites are actively in action now when visited. And besides the Agenda 111, the region on its own have gone into health projects that are being supported by the various agencies, and we have a total of 118 health projects that cuts across all the 16 MMDAs. In Gushegu, for instance, we have a total of 8 projects. Karaga has 7, Bandai 8, Kumbungu 7, Myong 4, Nantong 11, Nanumba North 11, Nanumba South 14, Saboba, and in that order, that all adds up to the total of 118 health projects that are being undertaken across the length and breadth of the northern region. Some of these projects have been completed and awaiting commissioning. Some have already been commissioned and put in good use. And the picture gallery is an explanation of what we are talking about. Some of them are CHIPS compounds, courtesies, nurses' courtesies, some as well as the construction of OPDs and other auxiliary buildings that would help in the healthcare delivery of the region. We have a lot of them that have been completed. About 70% have been completed, and some of them are in use. I think you can scroll so that the pictures would speak for themselves. Aside them, we have very good health indicators also. And aside the provision of these facilities, we have very impressive achievements, infrastructure in this health sector. The region also has a good story to tell when it comes to critical health indicators. These indicators impact on the Human Development Index and the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. The health indicators that for the purpose of this program can be National Health Insurance Authority and other indicators. On the National Health Insurance, it must be noted that the Northeast and Savannah regions were weaned off the Northern region in 2020. It is worth noting that all the figures available from the NHI and the numbers of core poor people known as indigents being enrolled in the scheme has been raised significantly in the Northern region. We all know that the Northern region is one of the poor areas in the country. So we shouldn't be surprised to see that the figure for the indigents is a little bit higher as compared to other regions that we are covering. So the table, you look at the table, you would see that all the numbers in red indicates the indigents that have been registered. Those are the core poor people who cannot pay for the basic health insurance premium. The assemblies and other government agencies would always do this on behalf of these people. And that is a manifestation of the improvement of the health services of the people. The Northern region, let me just flip through all these figures that you have seen on the table there have sources that are quoted so that we can easily access them from the source that would make it easier for us to refer and make use of the indicators. Let me get to the COVID-19 updates of the Northern region. There is no doubt that we have all experienced the devastating effects of COVID-19 in all facets of our lives. Thankfully, due to the prudent measures put in place by our government through the various state institutions, we can confidently say that we are almost out of the woods in the Northern region with COVID-19. Just as other parts of the country, our region was not spared with COVID-19. The following tables and graphs tell our story in relation to COVID-19. As usual, the source of it is under the footnotes, and you can see that there have been marked improvements in the figures, and the Northern region did very well in the combating of COVID-19 and probably had the least deaths with COVID-19 related deaths during the period that it was devastating. And we also look at the COVID vaccines, the coverage on the COVID vaccines, and you realize that there has been a significant improvement. And apart from the Northeast region, the Northern region is leading in the immunization effects of the COVID vaccines. This is a table that you can also access to make good use of the figures and to see how the Northern region fared well. In terms of actual vaccinations, there is no region that has beaten the Northern region to that. It is only when you come back to the complete dosage that you have the Northeast region, the Northern region coming second to the Northeast region. The health sector has seen tremendous improvement under the leadership of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, and for which reason the well-being of the people of the Northern region has been improved significantly. Even though we are not there yet, we will still put on measures that would help us improve on the health well-being of our people. Then we turn our attention to transport or transportation. You know, as we are all aware, transportation involves the roads and the transporting the people themselves. And air, and this also comprises air, sea, land, and land transport, and rail, actually. Unfortunately, for the purposes of our region, we can only talk about air and road transport because we don't have seas in the northern region, neither do we have rail transport in the northern region. And it must be emphasized that contrary to what others want to believe, the phase 2 of the Tamale Airport project is the brainchild of our government, and the sword was cut for the commencement of this project on Thursday, 15th August 2019 by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am happy to announce that the airport development phase 2 project has been completed and awaiting commissioning by His Excellency the President before the end of the year. I wish to extend a very hearty invitation to all of you to come and grace the historic commissioning of the Tamale International Airport when an appropriate date is fixed. The expansion works, including the construction of a modern terminal, building and ancillary facilities. The terminal is designed for an annual passenger throughput of 400,000 capacity. The features of the completed phase 2 project include a VIP lounge, 2 boarding gates, 4 self-service check-in kiosks, 8 check-in decks, airline offices, commercial retail area, a multi-purpose terminal to include high travel facilities in a 5-kilometer road network, among others. The airport has a 350 capacity car park area, a technical area which includes a reservoir for potable water and firefighting, as well as sewage treatment plant. It is on record that the airport can boast of the best tarmac in the country. The economic importance of the airport to the region cannot be overemphasized. Suffice it to say that there is serious potential for investment in the following areas: a maintenance, repair and operation facility in the future for the West African sub-region. It could be a major hub for air cargo for exporting agricultural produce in and out of the country. Pictures of the new Tamale Airport Phase 2 project is on display. And this is the main terminal. The main terminal that has been completed and waiting commissioning by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, or whoever he will delegate to do that before the end of the year. This is the main road that leads you from the main Bolga Tamale Road to the airport. These are all the road infrastructure networks that has come with the new terminal. This is the car park, the 350 capacity car park area. We go in and we have the self-check-in equipment, the forest exchange area. These are all part of areas of the new terminal building. The waiting area, and this is the new Hajj village that is one of its kind, never seen anywhere in the world. I don't think that there is any place that you can find a complete terminal that has been built to airlift Hajj pilgrims. I think not even in Saudi will you find this. We are most grateful as Muslims to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for giving us this facility to boost Islam. These are all check-in areas that would facilitate our air travel. On roads, we have also acquired the bus rapid transport program into the northern region, and as I speak, 5 buses have arrived to begin the bus rapid transport system within the Tamale metropolis. And the bus rapid transport system that is popularly known as Ayalolo is ready. A committee has been put in place to make sure that the running modality, operation modalities are all put in place so that we can have a smooth takeoff of that system. It is an undeniable fact that most of the traffic from the port of Tema to the landlocked countries use Tamale as a thoroughfare, making it very important for both local and international vehicular traffic. On this note, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, launched the 2 billion Government of Ghana Sino Master Project Support Agreement and cut the sword for the first interchange in the northern region, in the northern sector of the country, during a colorful and pregnant ceremony in Tamale, which was graced by His Majesty Ndanyana Bukari II on Wednesday, April 10, 2019. This project, when the sword was cut, we were hearing all sorts of stories about the project. People thought that it was one of the political promises that politicians would always make. But today, His Excellency, the President, has been vindicated, and any traveler through Tamale or through the northern region and the other northern parts of the country will attest to the fiscal features of this project. The Tamale Interchange project has been successfully completed and open to traffic following its historic commissioning by His Excellency on Tuesday, 29th March 2022. The benefit of this project is quite immense to the region. Indeed, it is unprecedented as the first of its kind in any part of the northern part of Ghana. Apart from easing vehicular traffic, it has changed the skyline of Tamale, and we in Tamale are very grateful to the President for this great project. This includes the trade. This type of project cannot come without any benefits, and the benefits of this includes the trade activities have been increased, thereby boosting the local economy, generation of employment opportunities for our teeming youth. The project has added to the artistic beauty of the city. When you are coming in and you find the cars on top moving, then you know that Tamale too has arrived. And you can have a look at it before the commencement of the interchange and during the construction stage, which most people doubted. As an indigenous of Tamale, when this thing started, people thought that people were prospecting for gold. And all stories were being told about it until when that work was progressing steadily, then people started believing, after all, something is coming up in the northern region. And Tamale can now boast of a very modern interchange, a two-way tier interchange that you can find now. And that is it. I'm also happy to note that this is one of the longest stretches of interchange in the country. I do not know which interchange that is longer than this, because this is about 900-meter long interchange. That makes it one of the longest interchanges that we find in the country. There are currently a total of 353.79 kilometers of road projects being undertaken by the Ghana Highway Authority, with about 60% of these projects at major stages of completion. These projects are being undertaken in 5 areas: regraveling, rehabilitation, upgrading and resealing, and sectional rehabilitation. The Ghana Highways is doing its best with the support of the Ministry of Roads and Highways to provide the northern region with good roads that will help us in our commercial and agricultural activities and social activities in the region. Some of these projects include the regraveling of the Patinga-Gar Road, the regraveling of Patinga-Gar Road Phase 2, the regraveling of the rehabilitation of the Bawa Barracks roads, upgrading of Saboba-Wapuli, upgrading of Tamale-Daboya Road, upgrading of Simbila Road, upgrading of Tamale-Kumbungu Road, upgrading and sealing of Riverbank Nakpale-Zabzugu Road, and a host of others that are all at different stages of completion. And you can find on the screen most of these works that have been done simultaneously together. Road projects, these are under the Urban Roads Department, rehabilitation and partial reconstruction and other civil works of 245.58 kilometers of road networks are currently being undertaken in Tamale and other capitals of the MMDAs in the region by the Department of Urban Roads. These works include asphalt overlays, rehabilitation works and storm drain construction. A total of 45 kilometers of roads have been asphalt overlaid in Tamale, while 9 kilometers of Yendi Town roads were also done as part of this project. Some of the areas in Tamale include Sakasaka, Nyohani, Damasco, while that of Yendi includes the Palace, Fire Service area and the residential area. Pictures of the overlay can be found as seen on the screen during and after. These were all sites that the asphaltic overlay was happening. It is also significant to note that apart from the Trans-ECOWAS highway that passes through Tamale from Kintampo to Paga, there has never been 1 inch of asphalt overlay in Tamale until now. So the people of the northern region in Tamale are very grateful to the president for having that insight and thinking that we also deserve to have some serenity on our roads. That is not all. We also had a total of 24.6 kilometers of asphaltic overlay in our security agencies and areas. That included the Bawa Barracks, the Air Force Base, the airport, Kamina Barracks, Northern Command Headquarters, the Police Headquarters, the Fire Service Headquarters, the NIB Headquarters, and even parts of the regional administration, bringing the total of asphaltic overlay within the Tamale metropolis to almost 80 kilometers of roads. That has been done just within Tamale. The projects were designed to provide asphaltic overlay on the roads and squares of all the security services and agencies in the region. And we can all see these are areas that were asphalted in the security areas. The Bawa Barracks, the Police Headquarters, the NIB area, and the Northern Command area. Apart from that, apart from the asphaltic overlay that we are talking about, there has also been tremendous work that has been done on the feeder roads. The Feeder Roads Department is currently engaged in improving a total of 839.20 kilometers of feeder road networks, and that includes the maintenance interventions in the region. Breakdown of maintenance activities, upgrading of bitumen surfaces, 177.80 kilometers. That has been divided into 8 lots. Rehabilitation, we have 409 kilometers. That is also divided into 24 lots. And spot improvement, 252.20 kilometers. That is into 27 lots. Okay, as we look at the picture, the screen would indicate all that we are doing on the roads, the feeder roads, connecting communities together, towns and villages that were not motorable are all being connected together, and we can have it, the before and look at now that the works is going on. And I think that when all these projects are completed, it will boost agric, that is the mainstay of the region, and improve the lives and the standards of living in the region. We are most grateful to this government, and we think that the northern region is coming up probably to catch up with the southern sector in terms of facilities that we need in our areas to improve our lives, the lives of the people. You can all see, during the farming season, food is usually lost because of the immotorability of our roads. Now, with the provision of good roads, we can assure the country that food production would increase and would enhance the incomes of our people and increase the standard of living. We also have our fair share of the 1D, 1F projects. That is the flagship program of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. The goals of this one district, one factory are very immense, and the northern region hopes to also benefit from the benefits that comes with it. We need to enhance our district's natural resources and take advantage of its economic potential based on its comparative advantage. Ensure that industries that would boost economic activity in various sectors of the region are distributed evenly and spatially. Facilitate the creation of jobs, especially for our teeming youth in the district, which has such projects which will lead to improved incomes and standards of living, while reducing rural-urban migration. Encourage exports and boost revenue from foreign exchange, and increase the production of locally produced goods to replace imported ones. We are all witnesses to the fact that we just produce the goods, we don't add value to them, and we export them at their raw stage. It doesn't add to the incomes of our people. With the advent of this one district, one factory, we think that a lot will be achieved in the northern region. The region currently has 6 factories that are operating under the 1D, 1F program. The 7 factories, while the 7 factories are still under construction, making it a total of 13. The completed and operational 1D, 1Fs are the G's Fresh Point in Tamale for the processing of guinea fowls and chicken. LK International, that is Motor King, they engage in the production of tricycles and motorbikes in the region and the assembly of motorbikes. The Modern City Limited at Kanshagu for the production of roofing sheets and plastics. The Global Amas at Bimbila for the processing of yam flour. This was recently commissioned by His Excellency the President on his tour of the northern region. The Polytank Ghana Limited in Tamale for the production of polytanks for the storage of water, which we would always struggle to carry from the southern part of Ghana to the northern part of Ghana. Now, the whole of the 5 northern regions can now get their supply from this factory that is based in Tamale. We would soon get to the factory site and you would see the graphic images of this factory. And the Technology Transfer Center, that is in Savulgu, as well as a Skills Training Center. They also have a rice processing factory that is milling rice, has started milling rice, the Ghana rice in Savulgu. These are all pictures that would explain these things. The cassava processing factory in Wulesi, this is the rice milling factory in Savulgu, the rice milling equipment. These are all pictures that are coming from the rice mills in Savulgu. It's a very magnificent place that any one of you coming into the northern region should endeavor to visit. And this is the polytank factory that we have in the northern region that is in production. And this is the Global Amas factory that processes yam into yam flour for fufu. This one is a cassava processing factory. These are all part of the 1D, 1Fs that are tangible, that you can find in the various places. The Global Amas hopefully have an off-taker that is lifting the end produce from Bimbila straight to the US. The Global Amas products have been accepted in the US market, and production is in full force, and the off-taker is lifting it to the US, and very soon I'm sure it's going to get into Europe to boost yam production, because we all know that yam production is the mainstay of the people of the northern region, especially those coming from the Nanumba North, Nanumba South, Zabzugu, Tatali, and other areas. So the production of this yam flour would ease the carriage of these tubers into Accra. That's mostly 50% of them would go rotten and go to waste. If we have something like this, I think it is going to be a feather in the cap of the production of yam. We need to also look at infrastructure projects that would eradicate poverty. And we have a program that is codenamed IPEP, the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, that also seeks to give us some significant benefits from the local economy that we have in the northern region. And another milestone that has been chalked in the region is the numerous projects that have been undertaken under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program through the Ministry and Secretariat of the Special Initiatives in the Northern Development Authority. It is worth of note that under this program, a total of 311 projects covering 4 sectors, which include small dams, water systems, WC toilets, prefabricated warehouses, are being undertaken across the region. Out of this number, 15 out of the 18 constituencies have 18 projects each. The remaining 3, that is the Tamale Central, Gushegu, and Tatali Sanguli constituencies, have 10, 14, and 16 projects respectively. Furthermore, out of the 311 projects, 170 of them are small dams, 68 are small town water systems, 68 are WC toilets, and 4 are prefabricated warehouses. A great number of them have been completed and in use. And there is a table that would spell this out. Prospective interested people who would want to see the figures can, after this program, source it from our source. And we have some of the dams that have been, the dams that were built out of this project on display. We have them, we can see them for ourselves, and some of these dams have been put to good use. Some are being used for vegetable farming, and the purpose of it was not only for agricultural purposes. People consume it. The animals that hitherto would not have water, drinking water during the dry seasons, would all take advantage of these small dams to ease traveling and grazing programs. These are some of the WC toilets that were built under this project, this program. A lot of them. This one was in Tovo in Zabzugu, which is in use. This one, all the Savulugu, they are all completed. Some of them have been in use already. Others are waiting commissioning. We have a lot of these projects. Of course, we cannot tell our story, our good story, without mentioning some challenges that we have that are impeding the success of some of these our projects. From the foregoing, there is no doubt that the state of the northern region is good. Looking at all this presentation, notwithstanding these monumental achievements, I am not also oblivious to the fact that the region still faces major challenges in its quest to development. Some of these challenges include low agricultural productivity, widespread poverty, shortage of critical human resources, especially in the health sector, and recurring conflicts that would always impede development. In spite of the challenges indicated above, the Regional Coordinating Council, in collaboration with other key stakeholders, will continue to create the necessary conducive atmosphere for business to thrive and for people to go about their socio-economic activities. There is much to be achieved in the northern region in view of the huge potential at our disposal. In this regard, I wish to use this opportunity to call on investors to inject the necessary capital into the various sectors of the region. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that this platform has afforded us the opportunity to bring to the fore the numerous significant achievements of the NPP government in the region under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have a story to tell, and a positive one for that matter. We have much to be proud of, but we have not yet arrived. The importance of peace in the sustainable development of the region cannot be overemphasized. Peace is an immovable foundation for a just and prosperous society, and the security of the region is very important. It is collective responsibility of all of us to ensure that we have peace in the region. We in the region have had our share of periods of stagnation and development as a result of our prolonged years of conflict. However, with the successful coronation of Fundania Bukari II and the brokering of peace that heralded his coronation, the region is undoubtedly reaping unprecedented dividends of peace. It is for this reason that we would forever be grateful and indebted to Maguna Abudani I, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, for his immense role in bringing peace to Dagbon, which most of us thought was impossible because of the lip service that other past politicians have paid to this conflict. The conflict has been raging for more than 70 years, but with the support of and strong-heartedness of His Excellency, Dagbon is now at peace. In this regard, I wish to use this medium to appeal to prospective investors to take advantage of the prevailing peace we are enjoying in the region to come and join us in our quest to change the course of our destiny. Permit me to express the region's gratitude and commendations to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and his Vice President, Ministers of State, our parliamentarians, and to all Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, as well as our revered Nanuma, for their immense and continuous support in the region. Admittedly, you will agree with me that with these immense achievements, the stage is increasingly set for the realization and the transformational vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in the northern region. The relentless efforts of the Regional Coordinating Council in collaborating with the Metropolitan, District, and Municipal Chief Executive Assemblies, departments and agents, as well as the private sector and the traditional rulers, gives me sufficient motivation that the region is poised for better times ahead in the coming years. Once again, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the Ministry of Information for this unique opportunity for us to tell our story to the entire nation. We are also appreciative of the media, especially our friends in our local media in the northern region, for the continuous cordial relationship we have always enjoyed with them. On this note, let me thank you for your time and attention that you have granted me to deliver this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. If you are watching this press briefing, we are live on GTV and also on Ministry of Information Facebook page. There were some aspects of your presentation that nearly brought tears to my eyes. You know, I say if you are in Accra and then someone manages to convince you that this government is not doing anything, and then you watch this presentation and realize that in the past 6 years, between the urban roads and Ghana Highway Authority and feeder roads, just from Minister's presentation, they've undertaken 1,420.57 kilometer road projects, out of which we are talking about over 45 kilometer asphalt in Tamale. And I was like, I should go to Tamale again. Something is changing. And to think about the fact that we also have a over 900 meter long two-tier interchange, a state-of-the-art international airport terminal. It's unheard of. The last time I heard of such huge projects were in 2008, when another administration by the NPP delivered a state-of-the-art stadium for the CAN 208. And I thought about it and I said, and then we have 8 Agenda 111 hospital projects for the districts, 1 regional psychiatric hospital, 118 health projects by the MMDAs, 6 operational 1D1F, and 7 1D1F projects under construction. And I'm like, take all these things out. Where were we? It's the kind of reflection that really makes you appreciate that no matter the circumstances that we are in now, we are not lost. We are on a path, no matter how steady. I think President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and this government are on course to deliver prosperity to the people of Ghana, and the northern region is not left out. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for the insight. There is so much that's sitting here. Even I didn't know that through this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to learn more about what is actually happening in the northern region. And I also use the opportunity to plead with our friends that you heard the minister, you saw the pictures. These are not artistic impressions. You saw women peeling cassava. You saw the young man at the factory. People are being touched. Lives are being touched. Projects like this are putting food on the tables of many people out there that you may be sitting here and thinking that no, not much is being happening. So please, let us spread the word. On that note, I will invite your questions, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question, kindly show by hand and mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. So take the first two.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Atamensa from GNA. I am very impressed with the minister's presentation, but I have few questions for him to answer for me. So my first question is, with the small dams that you mentioned, I think it's good, but I'm asking this question because there have been instances where animals and human beings drink from the same dam, and instead of bringing health to the people, it rather result in diseases. So the dams that you have constructed, are there separate dams that the animals drink from and separate one for human beings? If you can explain that to me, as we saw in the picture. 2, I'm asking another question regarding this unauthorized structures. Most often people put along or even under interchanges. We have had this in Pokwase, and it was managed. I don't know how you are going to ensure that people do not put up unauthorized structures under these bridges to create problem. And then another issue is about crossing of footbridge. Some people will not even use the footbridge and they will cross the road and then car will hit them and they kill them. How are you going to manage this menace so that it doesn't create problem for you in the northern region? Then I want to find out the cost of the Tamale International Airport, the cost as it has been completed and to be commissioned in December, the cost of it. Then the one district, one factory, 6 have been completed. How many jobs has it created for the indigenes so far? And then my last question is health professionals not accepting posting to the northern region, and has been an issue now that we have a lot of health facilities springing up. What measures have you put in place to motivate health professionals to come there? Because Tamale is really beautiful now. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, okay, then we'll take last.
Minister, that was an impressive presentation. You indicated that investors come to your region and then they see your region as the best destination in terms of investment. But then I would like to ask, what urgent sector do you think is or requires an urgent investment? Can we say the Tamale International Airport is a rewarding investment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Lansa Musa with GhanaWeb.
If she assumed a girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty,
no.
So...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Right there. Green is the green light. A little birdie told me that most people do not obey the traffic sign of light. Yes, when your man or woman says stop by giving you the red light, you interpret it as green means go, or amber to just claim that they are indecisive. But no is a universal language that should be respected by all. This is your favorite 18+ show, Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back after this break. Right there. Welcome back. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Today's a special edition. Yes, we're going to discuss the signs. Some people say that when you're in a relationship, you might be in the relationship alone because it's not formal. There's no formal word to say, okay, we've kickstarted the relationship, but in your head, this is a relationship. And also sometimes too, when you meet up with your partner, maybe you are not in for sex, but they claim that, oh, the sign, just because you accepted an invitation to come, it means you are ready for it. How do people miss the sign? So to help me do justice to today's topic, I have with me Elliot Nuete. He's a multimedia journalist. Elliot, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
First time on my set.
Yeah, I'm a fan of your show. I've been watching you, following you on YouTube, reading your stories on GhanaWeb, interesting guests, and I think it's a great show.
We're going to have fun.
We would.
You have to defend the men because everything lies on your shoulder.
Why not? I'll carry it proudly.
Okay, great. I'm not doing this alone with Elliot. I have with me here Stella Sogli. Stella is a journalist. Stella, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like more of a journalist kind of thing. Yes. So we're going to educate entertain and then give out the information as we say we do.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things on social media. There are a lot of stories, a lot of them on GhanaWeb. But sometimes there's a very thin line between yes and no. And for me, even before you ask your questions, yes is yes,
no is no. You don't have to miss
Period.
it. Period.
End of story.
Okay, let me start with, they say ladies first, but let me just put that aside and let me start with our gentleman, Elliot. I want to find out, should every relationship start formally? Should this, when I say that, it means a man asking you, I want to be your boyfriend, would you be my girlfriend situation? Or maybe when we cook, you clean, you do the girlfriend or boyfriend duty, then that's it.
No. Personally, I think that every relationship should start formally because it's a formal contract. Relationships are different. Friendship can start without any formal notification, but when it comes to a love relationship, I feel it should start formally because of the characteristics that come with it. In love relationship, people would want commitment, people would want respect, people would want to be entitled and whatsoever. And you can't be entitled to someone when there is no official agreement. So to me, I feel that there should always be an official agreement between two people when they want to embark on a love relationship.
So what's your type? Are you the man who goes to a lady like, oh, I have feelings for you, I think we've been talking for a while, so let's kickstart something? Or you do the, I don't want to use the Mr. POP thing. I don't want to use that term. But then you just wait till things settle, or maybe the appointed time. What's your time? How do you do it? I put you on the spot. I know, right?
Well, I would say I'm both of the two types that you mentioned. I'm not a type that would go straight to a lady and say, well, I'm interested in you, I want us to start a relationship. I like to study people, because there are people who give you indication, the ladies who give indication, and
indication, that's the thing.
And you think this lady is interested in you for you to propose, and then you be bounced. I hate to be bounced. I hate to be rejected. So I would make sure that you are in for it. So it first start with probably friendship, and that is not to say if I want a love relationship with you, I'll come as a friend. No, I won't come as a friend.
You declare your intention.
Yeah, I would communicate with you. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. But I would never make you understand that you are my friend. No, we are not friends. That is not what.
But have you had a lady pop up a question to you, a lady propose to you, or initiate a relationship?
I've never seen or had a lady propose to me that I love you, but the signs, like what's a spoon? Let us spoon. Let us do this.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay. Okay, great. Elliot, so if a woman, maybe in your life, it could be anyone, start assuming the girlfriend role, cooks for you, wash, clean, gives you some, good sex, warm your bed, does that automatically confer the girlfriend title on her?
No.
So we can do the cleaning, we can do the cooking, whatever, but once it's not formal, we shouldn't assume that we are your...
So guys, I wouldn't want to say every guy is opportunistic, but most people are. And it depends on the value we place on that particular lady.
Okay.
So I know, I have a very good friend called Murphy. Yeah, she's, what's her name? Mercy.
Shout out to Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Murphy. I most often forget her name. I won't allow such a lady to do all that for me because I value her friendship and what she offers me. Because I know that the next moment she pulls out the girlfriend card and I said, no, we are no longer, we were not in that particular relationship, you are not my girlfriend, you are just a friend. And whatever we did was agreed, I think that person would go and I'll lose every benefit that comes with it, as well as the friendship that I cherish the most. So it depends on the value you place on the lady in question, and then the kind of relationship you want to have with the person.
No, I just want to find, like, I have ladies say that, oh, I did cook for you, good company, maybe introduce you to family and stuff like that. So in her mind, she thinks it's the green light. You get, even though maybe it's not official.
No.
So with that, if she assumed the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty, so...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Wait, but you enjoyed, as you said, you guys love opportunists, like, if I should borrow the word.
It's just like saying, let me just turn the tables around. It's like saying, hello, Mefe, can I meet you at the mall? Let me get you a dress. You would say yes to it. But that does not give me the right to assume I'm your boyfriend. No.
So a man can invest in a woman for all he likes.
Yeah.
If the woman has not accepted him as
a boyfriend,
her boyfriend,
there is no relationship.
So it's just
we are normal friends. Yes. So some people would want to draw the line. So maybe I see you are cooking for me, and I know, and I get an indication that you are doing it because you want to be my girlfriend, and I don't want that particular relationship with you. I ask you to stop right away. Do you get it? Okay. To keep the friendship that we have. But if I also want to exploit you, who doesn't like to be cooked for? Free. I mean, if you cook for me, it will save me money from buying outside. If you are giving me free sex, it will save me the stress of going to a club or going to a pub to go and convince a lady for 3 hours to come and sleep with and all that. Do you get it? You are giving me all that for free, and it's not like I'm even begging for it or I'm paying anything for it.
Okay.
So. And that is understandable. I assume that you like it. That is why you are doing it.
Not because
you want a relationship with me. And also in a time that we find ourselves in, I think when my daddy tells me sometimes that in her time, when a lady when a lady is cooking for you, it's either she's been sent by her family or by her mother to do that. Not just that so if you allow the lady to do that, then it means that you've understood that this is where you are leading to. So if the lady summons you to any elder, you'll be held guilty. Okay. But in our time that we are all liberals and and we feel like I have the right to do what I want to do, and I can do what I feel like I should do. I will assume that you feel you should cook for me. You feel that you should sleep with me. And I mean, if I'm generous, I'll give you some.
Great. I like the ending. So, whose responsibility is to initiate the relationship? And why are Ghanaian girls reluctant? Why don't you initiate? When you like a guy, you don't give the green lights like, okay, this is it, this is a go. But you guys go round and round. Why? Why you do that?
I feel like growing up with the kind of stories I hear and the setting that you grow up with, the environment, there's no way. When I was 15, 13, 14, there was no way I was going to tell any guy that I liked him. Not me. But today, 2022, at the age that I am, I'll gladly do it. And I feel like everyone should be able to. In an age where we are fighting for equality, nothing stops you from asking someone or telling the person that you like them. I mean, when you look at our cultural setting and you want to do things the cultural way, or
you want to go traditional.
Yes. And even the Bible says that a man will leave his house, a woman will leave her house, and they will be together. It didn't say that the man will come for the woman from their house. So I'm sure those things were just things that we human beings created. So if you feel like you like someone, there's someone that you like, I mean, it's an open conversation that you're supposed to have. Bouncing is hard, it's painful,
it's part of life.
But you know, I mean, after you've been bounced as a girl, it feels somewhere like, hey, hold me, you bounce me. But I also feel like there are a lot of ways that you can do it. Not necessarily throwing yourself at the person, because I hear men don't like women who appear cheap. But sometimes they are enthused by the fact that you are confident, like you don't mind asking yourself. So there are so many ways to kill a cat.
But still, you know, women, our gender, we are shy and all that. How best can you go? Should you take him on a date? Should you write him a letter? Why should you take him to pop up the question?
Well, I think it's not cast in stone. You just have to be creative about it.
Okay.
I mean, yesterday I was telling my colleagues that I was just reading my email and I found out that I was flirting with someone in a mail. They're like, girl, in your mail. I mean, there are lots of ways to go about it. But it depends on who you are with. You may have been with a person for some time and you know what they like. You can get him anything. ask him how he feels about you.
Okay.
Have the conversation. You know, sometimes asking someone how they feel about you and what they would do if they found themselves in certain situations will give you some answers. And I also, this is a tip, always listen. Like, listen with rapt attention. Listen, because they say a lot of things. A man who likes you will be giving you hints in the way that he talks, and sometimes those things are green lights for you to go on and ask the question, not the green lights for you to assume that okay, you are in something. But that green light will tell you if this is a fertile ground. Can I move on? Should I go? Yes. Should I go? So you have to listen. Pay attention to some of the things like that. Some people say, oh, I like a woman who is this, and you just realize that like you're like that kind of person, you are doing that kind of thing. Okay, I like a woman who is like this. You know that, okay, like you are fitting into the role, so it gives you the green light to go ahead and ask that, okay,
all right,
are we doing this or not?
Great. Now, friends with benefit, there are some relationship where we just know that, of course, there's no strings attached. We're just making love. We love each other's company. The sex is good. You get what I'm saying? There's not a boyfriend relationship for a man or woman. There are people who are committed relationship who are friends with benefits. There are people in marriages who are doing it. If we are being realistic, we will agree that this is what's happening. Now, what will cause someone who sign up for friends with benefits kind of relationship to now opt for the real deal? Now you catch feelings.
Friends with benefits. Oh, no strings attached, and I assure
don't catch
you,
feelings.
The strings will attach.
The
strings will definitely attach. I don't want to go into details before I start.
Stella, please go.
Say things I'm not supposed to say, but the strings will attach because you know sex is more than just having it. Sex goes beyond, like emotions are involved. You are. The guy is literally entering.
It's an entry plan.
The guy is literally entering you, and you expect that there will be no emotional attachment or connection after that. Are you kidding? There will be.
So maybe women are the one that I hear they catch feelings, but then the men, their hearts are strong as hard as a rock.
Men do catch feelings as well.
I would agree and not agree with Stella.
Okay.
Because if a guy sleeps with a prostitute for just one time, there is no connection because of the mindset that the guy has, and this is psychologically proven. This is yes, that's something I agree with you partially. So if it's just about the sex, then nothing is happening.
You can hit and go.
Yes, because if you pay to have sex with the prostitute, psychologically your mindset is I'm buying sex to satisfy my immediate needs. So after that, there is no connection. But with friends with benefit, it can start just like you sleeping with a prostitute. I have an edge, because it friends with benefit because you are giving her something that she wants. And most often it is material, money, clothes, gifts, whatever it may be, in exchange of sex and even attention. It's not all the time that friends with benefit is all about sex.
No, I'm talking about the one that got sex, that at the moment there's feelings attached.
So with sex, you have sex with the same person for more than 5 times, there would be a connection. Because when you have sex, the body releases certain is it enzymes? Hormones, sorry. I forgot the name of that hormones that brings about connection and happiness. Anytime you have sex, you are relaxed, you are excited, and this is psychologically proven. So if you're having sex with one person for more than 10 times and your body is releasing that same hormones of happiness,
you're gonna catch feelings.
You would catch feelings.
Energy.
And most people, and it's also proven that most ladies give out sex for love. Okay. So although they are saying I want friends with benefits, they are hoping that whilst you are sleeping with me, it will translate into a proper relationship. Okay. And guys after a period of time would also become possessive. Are you sleeping with this guy also? Meanwhile, we're just supposed to be friends with benefits. So there would always be a string. There's that. I don't believe in friends with benefits and it will just end there.
Great. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. You're welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's discussion is interesting. Like, it's one that is very educated, because a lot of people have been getting it wrong. How green is the green light? Some people, you just assume you are in a relationship before you realize you're in a relationship alone. You're dating yourself, and then when it's setting like that, there's disappointment and all that. So I pray and hope that you take down the suggestion and the advice coming from our guest to spice up that relationship. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, moving forward, Elliot, why are most women, I don't want to say Ghanaian, it's kind of universal, but when it comes to Ghana, it's very rampant, it's a big deal. Why are they shy to ask for sex? Why can't a woman just call you and book a dick appointment? Yeah.
Well, once again, it's a cultural thing. Even our parents are afraid, I don't use the word afraid, are shy of talking about sex. Do you get it? Meanwhile, everyone knows about sex. Now, if I ask about sex, or if I ask for sex from my boyfriend, how is he going to see me?
No, but I can imagine how men go. You want it, everything, your body shows that you want it. Why don't you say, baby, I want it, text him, play with his mind, like, you know. And
to be very honest, a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward. I can't do that, to be very honest. I can't call a lady and say, oh, let us have sex. No.
No, maybe, like, you know, you can tease. Good, like, you know, tease. Good. So leave the signs here and there.
Probably you can lead a person on. But to ask for it, I feel it's weird. And it's because, so it's not just a lady thing. I think it's for both sexes.
Wait, let me just chip in this, Elliot. If you are shy to ask, then what are you doing in the relationship? Because a relationship is, you are open, that person is your best friend and all that. But then it means people are in boring relationships, because if you want it, you go for it.
Okay.
Unless maybe the person is not in that relationship, or you guys don't have sex in your relationship, it's different. But
I personally, I don't believe in, you know, when I was at the university, well, guys do that, but even they will suggest that Oba may say you, but like Obana mi who say wa dream wo honoma, I be your mind, say wa dream wo, to me akosu. But they can't say that. Let us have sex.
No, you don't have to say let us. There's 1001. Want to make out? I want to, you know, taste your honey pot. Okay, so that's the thing. You guys just go forward and say I want to have sex. Like, that's so
good.
Like, no. Google. There are so many ways. Even the woman, the vagina. There are so many ways to term it. So if you could have like a quote. When you send it to her, she knows that, okay, it's dick appointment time. Find such things. Find a term for it. Maybe you want to go to China. I want to go shopping.
Well, I think that with that, the modern lady is able to do it. Sometimes when you follow conversations on Twitter, Instagram, is it Oloni? There's this famous lady like that, and you see them sending the cucumber emoji with some water splash. You know that this is exactly what the lady wants, and that is why I use the word modern lady. Those who are, I would describe a modern lady as someone who has been exposed to a higher level of education, has seen a particular society, a bad bitch type.
Okay. Good girl gone bad.
Such a person have come to understand that at this age and time there is something called equality. Such a person would probably be a feminist or believe in the idea that what a man can do, a woman can also do. So if a man can suggest that let us have sex, she can also suggest that let us have sex. But if you look at the proper African, is that politically correct? But if you look at the traditional woman, that person would find it very difficult to ask about sex, and even to talk about sex when they are suffering. Not even when they want to have sexual pleasure, but when they are going through, when they are having a health issue relating to their sex. So whilst at the university, I was a peer counselor at the units for testing for HIV/AIDS and what have you. And sometimes when you are coming for the test, we have to groom you, we have to prepare you for the actual test. So we'll walk you through what HIV/AIDS is, how you can contract it and all that. And you get an indication that sometimes when we are talking to ladies especially, they feel very uncomfortable about it. They feel very uncomfortable discussing their own reproductive system and why their reproductive system makes them more prone to contracting HIV than guys are. So the topic of sex locally is not something that anyone would want to talk about. It even in our classroom, when teachers are teaching sex, you get that it's very uncomfortable.
But ladies, please, you should start talking. If you want it, go for it. Yeah, access shall be given unto you. I think I think men should start punishing their women. If you are that type who don't want to talk about, let her deal with it. It's so obvious she wants it. The woman, if she doesn't say it, she doesn't give you the green light, because you can be charged for rape. If she comes to say, oh, I did not initiate it, we'll later talk about that. But Stella, I want to find out from you, what are the official signs for the women who don't love to openly call for the dick appointment? What are some of the official signs we draw?
Don't leave us cucumber in raining age.
No, like official, maybe pre, and when she's with you, what are some of the signs? Because, you know, we are talking how green is the green light. Maybe what she's given is not given, but you are interpreting it like maybe she wants some, so I should give her.
So just like I said earlier, it's not really cast in stone, because different things work for different people.
Different women.
Yes. Some people don't like very explicit conversations. They want to flirt in different ways.
Let's say classy.
Yeah. What would you want to eat tonight?
Okay. I'm on the menu.
Exactly. Like, do you care if I send you some boob pics?
Okay.
Or I'm feeling a bit tingly in my body. Do you want to press?
Okay.
Do you care for a massage? Maybe the guy says, oh, I'm so stressed at work today. Okay. Do you want a massage I can end happily? And there are hints that people drop. Like, okay. And these days we have stickers, WhatsApp stickers that can do it for you. So you can drop some, and then if you're asked if you want some, you can say yes.
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But then when the woman is with you, maybe in a room,
yeah, so when you
in
get
an apartment,
there, you get there. Well, so let me put this out. I'm in no way encouraging premarital sex.
For the record.
For the records. But for the signs that when you're around, I mean, you should know things that turn your partner on. That one is well, a lot of people say they don't know until it happens, and I think that is a genuine case. Some people don't really know what actually turns them on. Maybe it's just some boys can see you and they're already turned on. You don't have to do anything extra. Some people like to see you in a certain type of clothing. Some people also want to see you do stuff, lie down in a certain way. But the first thing I'll say is, if you want it, let the person know. Don't just be dropping hints. What if I don't get it? Or maybe what if I had a very bad day at work, or I've done something that didn't go through, I'm in some type of stress, and you're dropping hints, and I can't even read the signs. So how am I even going to start?
Communicate.
Exactly. My point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it. You know, sometimes they say sex helps you to release stress and all that. So you've seen that your partner is stressed, you can offer to make them tea, coffee, cook their favorite meal, try to just hold them. Sometimes you're just holding the person.
And cuddle. You cuddle.
Exactly. You're just holding the person, and then it can happen.
Before you know.
Yes, it's happening. But the first of all, communicate. If you want to, just say.
Great. Now, Elliot, most men have been accused of rape. How hard is it for a man to stop? Maybe when you are inside the woman, you are in it, and she's like, no, I don't want it. Can you say you're strong enough, you are disciplined enough to say, okay, I'm taking it out?
Elliot comes to that point. I feel like that thing that girls do, like in the middle when you're telling me that you don't want it anymore, it's really not fair. Because if both of us are going to consider our feelings, I don't know if a lot of women will agree, but making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals.
Men who
are good at
are able to make women come should be given medal.
Seriously,
a lot of women are going around, but they've never orgasmed, but they're having sex, like, you know.
Yes. So you are supposed to know how to do it, because a woman's body is a whole lot. Even we as women don't even understand.
So that when a woman tells a man to stop in the middle of the act,
I feel like
you're not being fair.
You're not being fair because you are only considering how you are feeling at that point.
No, but then, but I beg to differ. It can be rape. Even if I'm your wife and I tell you,
it is
yes,
rape.
It is rape, because in the middle you are telling me to stop,
which is a red light. Stop.
Yes, which is very genuine. You have the right to do that. But I feel like it's not fair to the man as well, because we both signed up for this, and during the signing up you didn't tell me that I may be bored at a point too. So when I say I don't want to do it,
a lot of men have been charged. You know that there's been news where the man will say, but you gave consent.
Yes.
But how hard is it? Because we often saying, okay, if she says stop, you have to stop.
Well, personally, I think that our constitution and then our Sexual Offences Act is very biased and is against men. Now, if you look at the definition of what rape, is, it includes penetration. And you know that women don't penetrate, so it makes it almost impossible for the man to be raped. If you are looking at the definition of what rape is, so per our constitution, it's safe to say that men don't get raped, which is a very big lie. And if you look at the circumstances and then the examples of what could lead to a rape, one is that you agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour, and then you just told me to stop.
Break.
At that particular moment when I break, the chances are that I would cause accidents or somersault and all that.
And die.
So I think it is very unfair, and personally I feel it's about time that we review that part of our constitution, that part of the Sexual Offences Act, and look at it again to be fair to
now
everyone.
Let me play the devil's advocate. Sympathy sex. A man could press you on. You say you are not in the mood, but then they are your neck, they are dick all over you, and then let me just do the tip, I'll just rub, and all those lies that they give. It's not true. Now, if in the case where you put the woman through the whole sympathy thing, and she's like in the heat of the thing, she gives in, and then at that point she says no, it's no. I think that is a clear case of rape. If you call the VAR or whatever it is, this is a clear rape case.
Yes, and I'm a very huge advocate for consent. Like, if the person says they don't want it, no, they don't want it. But the other point I'm making about it's not being fair to the man.
It's when there's consent.
It's when there's consent.
Initially.
Like, we both agreed that, okay, we are going to do this. But there were no clear-cut details of the contract that, okay, when it gets here and I'm tired, we are supposed to stop and all of that. I think that in as much as a man, we are supposed to stop for integrity's sake, for legal reasons, and for respect. It's still not fair to the man, because at that point, what are you expecting him to do? So I feel like if you are someone, except in cases where, you know, sometimes you can get bruised during the act, maybe they hit you too hard, you are feeling a certain type of way, you are allowed to communicate. And there are men who constantly ask you, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, how should I do it? Are you feeling pains? Is this? All those things come up. So if it is one of those situations, yes, we are okay too. But you can't just say no. Okay, so if you are saying no,
but
are you going to do something
we can
else
say we cannot just say no, but it's doable.
Well,
it is doable.
And I feel like for this particular one, I'm on the men's side.
Okay.
If the man says, if the lady says midway, beginning, end, if she says no, please stop.
Great. Elliot, blue balls, how real is it?
It's very real. I don't know how to explain it, but
because
it's very
most
real.
women sometimes, when it's in the case of sympathy sex, the fact that the man introduced, I might get blue balls and will hurt, they just, okay, you go ahead and do whatever you want.
And I want to say that is also rape. So the term sympathy sex makes it dignified, but it's also rape. Compelling someone to have sex with you, it's just like a lecturer-student relationship. The students would give in because of the the status of the person or the effects of the impact or the repercussions of what will happen if they don't give in. That is the same thing that happens with sympathy sex. Now with blue balls is simply the pain that a person, especially guys, go through for keeping and preventing an ejaculation for so long. You know that when you are, as a guy, when you are sexually aroused, you have to ejaculate. That is the only way we ease ourselves. So if you keep that in for a while, that is what causes the blue balls, and it's very painful. Sometimes I don't know if I'm describing it the right way, but you feel that your intestines are being pulled in, like it's very painful.
Yeah, making the thing horrifying.
Yeah,
now the guys
but it's very painful. It's very painful, and I want to touch briefly on the stop in the act thing. Now, once again, I think that the sexual offences should be looked at.
Yeah.
And
so then you add your final advice.
Yes, and then we take into consideration the context of it. Now, there are some ladies you have sex with them for a period of time, and in previous sex they say stop, and they mean don't stop.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
There are some.
So it gets to a time where they mean stop, and you assume that, oh, this lady, I know her. When she says stop, it means that maybe you should go harder. When she says stop, it means that maybe you put her in this position. When she says stop, she means that, say, be quiet, be a good girl to daddy. Do you get it? Some of those things. So sometimes our laws makes it very biased and then unfair, and punish innocent men.
You should do a petition. Let's see if we will see some people to sign. Stella, your final words.
Well, my final words, just like I've been saying from the beginning, communication is key. And no matter where you are, friends with benefits, you don't know what it is called, it's not named, a relationship, whatever it is, communicate. That is the place where you can find the greenest of the green lights. If you want a green light, ask. If they give it to you, fine. If they don't, just walk away. I always tell my male friends, if the girl comes home and she's wearing a hot booty short and she's twerking, she's doing all the things, and you're like, damn, this light is green. And you ask her and she's like, oh, what's in the mood? Let her go home.
Even if it's 1 p.m., let her go.
Yes, let her go home. Or let her sleep in the boys' quarters or something. Maybe when she sleeps in your room, you may be tempted to do something which is not right.
Yeah. Okay, great.
If the person says no, is no. No matter how horny you are, who you are, if you think you cannot, just let her go home. She has a home. She's not an orphan or an outcast. Let her go home. So yes, respect women when they say no. And no is no, yes is yes. Don't stop means go on. Stop means stop. Red is red.
Green
There's no in between.
Thank you very much for gracing my set and also educating us, and of course a lot of things that we've said, we've discussed, and I just really hope and pray that women take that into consideration, because sometimes a lot of men say that when a woman says no, it means yes, but we have to clear that. And also the issue of relationship, once the person hasn't confirmed that we are in a formal relationship, you should not assume that this is it. You might end up being in a relationship with yourself. So I did this with Elliot Note. He's a multimedia journalist, and Stella Sockley, one of my favorite journalists. He does the business reporting stories. Her stories are really cool. You should check it out. Thank you very much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good fun, and then
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been an insightful one.
Thank you.
Ladies, whatever you do, don't propose.
Okay, this has been Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back next time with something bigger and better. Thanks for watching.
Each. The remaining 3, that is the Tamale Central, Gushegu, and Tatali Sanguli. I wish to use this opportunity to call on investors to inject the necessary capital into the various sectors of the region. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that this platform has afforded us the opportunity to bring to the fore the numerous significant achievements of the NPP government in the region under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We have a story to tell, and a positive one for that matter. We have much to be proud of, but we have not yet arrived. The importance of peace in the sustainable development of the region cannot be overemphasized. Peace is an immovable foundation for a just and prosperous society, and the security of the region is very important. It is collective responsibility of all of us to ensure that we have peace in the region. We in the region have had our share of periods of stagnation and development as a result of our prolonged years of conflict. However, with the successful coronation of Ndanyana Bukari II and the brokering of peace that heralded his coronation, the region is undoubtedly reaping unprecedented dividends of peace. It is for this reason that we would forever be grateful and indebted to Malguna Abudani I, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, for his immense role in bringing peace to Dagbon, which most of us thought was impossible because of the lip service that other past politicians have paid to this conflict. The conflict has been raging for more than 70 years, but with the support of and strong-heartedness of His Excellency, Dagbon is now at peace. In this regard, I wish to use this medium to appeal to prospective investors to take advantage of the prevailing peace we are enjoying in the region to come and join us in our quest to change the course of our destiny. Permit me to express the region's gratitude and commendations to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and his Vice President, Ministers of State, our parliamentarians, and to all Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, as well as our revered Nanuma, for their immense and continuous support in the region. Admittedly, you will agree with me that with these immense achievements, the stage is increasingly set for the realization and the transformational vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in the northern region. The relentless efforts of the Regional Coordinating Council in collaborating with the Metropolitan, District, and Municipal Chief Executive Assemblies, departments and agencies, as well as the private sector and the traditional rulers, gives me sufficient motivation that the region is poised for better times ahead in the coming years. Once again, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the Ministry of Information for this unique opportunity for us to tell our story to the entire nation. We are also appreciative of the media, especially our friends in our local media in the northern region, for the continuous cordial relationship we have always enjoyed with them. On this note, let me thank you for your time and attention that you have granted me to deliver this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. If you are watching this press briefing, we are live on GTV and also on Ministry of Information Facebook page. There were some aspects of your presentation that nearly brought tears to my eyes. You know, I say if you are in Accra and then someone manages to convince you that this government is not doing anything, and then you watch this presentation and realize that in the past 6 years, between the urban roads and Ghana Highway Authority and feeder roads, just from Minister's presentation, they've undertaken 1,420.57 kilometer road projects, out of which we are talking about over 45 kilometer asphalt in Tamale. And I was like, I should go to Tamale again. Something is changing. And to think about the fact that we also have a over 900 meter long two-tier interchange, a state-of-the-art international airport terminal. It's unheard of. The last time I heard of such huge projects were in 2008, when another administration by the NPP delivered a state-of-the-art stadium for the CAN 208. And I thought about it and I said, and then we have 8 Agenda 111 hospital projects for the districts, 1 regional psychiatric hospital, 118 health projects by the MMDAs, 6 operational 1D1F, and 7 1D1F projects under construction. And I'm like, take all these things out. Where were we? It's the kind of reflection that really makes you appreciate that no matter the circumstances that we are in now, we are not lost. We are on a path, no matter how steady. I think President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and this government are on course to deliver prosperity to the people of Ghana, and the northern region is not left out. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for the insight. There is so much that's sitting here. Even I didn't know that through this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to learn more about what is actually happening in the northern region. And I also use the opportunity to plead with our friends that you heard the minister, you saw the pictures. These are not artistic impressions. You saw women peeling cassava. You saw the young man at the factory. People are being touched. Lives are being touched. Projects like this are putting food on the tables of many people out there that you may be sitting here and thinking that no, not much is being happening. So please, let us spread the word. On that note, I will invite your questions, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question, kindly show by hand and mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question. So take the first two.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Atamensa from GNA. I am very impressed with the minister's presentation, but I have few questions for him to answer for me. So my first question is, with the small dams that you mentioned, I think it's good, but I'm asking this question because there have been instances where animals and human beings drink from the same dam, and instead of bringing health to the people, it rather result in diseases. So the dams that you have constructed, are there separate dams that the animals drink from and separate one for human beings? If you can explain that to me, as we saw in the picture. 2, I'm asking another question regarding this unauthorized structures. Most often people put along or even under interchanges. We have had this in Pokwase, and it was managed. I don't know how you are going to ensure that people do not put up unauthorized structures under these bridges to create problem. And then another issue is about crossing of footbridge. Some people will not even use the footbridge and they will cross the road and then car will hit them and they kill them. How are you going to manage this so that it doesn't create problem for you in the northern region? Then I want to find out the cost of the Tamale International Airport, the cost as it has been completed and to be commissioned in December, the cost of it. Then the one district, one factory, 6 have been completed. How many jobs has it created for the indigents so far? And then my last question is health professionals not accepting posting to the northern region, and has been an issue now that you have a lot of health facilities springing up. What measures have you put in place to motivate health professionals to come there? Because Tamale is really beautiful now. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So, okay, then we'll take Lance.
Minister, that was an impressive presentation. You indicated that investors come to your region and then they see your region as the best destination in terms of investment. But then I would like to ask, what urgent sector do you think is or requires an urgent investment? Can we say the Tamale International Airport is a rewarding investment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Lansam Musa with GH1 TV. My interest has to do with my district, the Toulon district. The district hospital was commissioned in 2020, but after some time of being not operational, operation started in January this year. However, there are concerns from the hospital about recruitment of staff, especially temporary staff. There's a facility that serves a lot of people there, but they need clearance to engage temporary staff to support in the administration of the hospital. I don't know if that has come to the attention of the minister on that. Secondly, Gushegu Tamale Road is one road that I have used for so many years. When the Yendi Road was done, the Eastern Corridor Road was done, people now found an escape route. Instead of going through the Karga stretch, they will use the Tamale, Yendi, then Gushegu. But people from Savulugu and other areas will still need to use the Karga Tamale stretch of the road to Gushegu, which is a very important market center for yams and other food crops. How much effort has been put in to make sure that the roads ministry considers that as a very important part of road infrastructure in the northern region? For some of us who are from there, we feel that that road needs to be worked on to make it easier for more people to use that stretch. And water is a big issue. The president has cut short for the water system there. However, the Ghana Water Company keeps complaining about the activities of sand winners around the water treatment plant, the Dalang water treatment plant. Has that come to his attention? And what is RECSEC doing to ensure that these sand winners are taken care of so that our water bodies are protected? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take 2 more questions. This may be the only round, so please, if you have a question, so we'll take from the back and then take Nana Poku's question.
Okay, so my name is Richard Brightado from TV3. Mine is also on the dam, the question of the dam. Honorable, I don't know when you took those pictures, but I was a bit far from it, and so I'm sure when you take up the mic, you'll be able to tell us when you took the pictures, because critics of this government have said that the constructions really, they are not dams and that they are dugouts. So if you could clarify this when you take the mic, I'd be grateful. And then the witches camps. We want to know what you are doing to shut down, because there are calls for you to close down the witches camps, 5 of which are in your regions. And so we want to know what you will be doing differently to completely shut the camps. But my last question will be on the Bagbre Dam spillage. Your region is also affected. Now, the people are saying that there could be a looming, especially the peasant farmers, they've talked about a looming food crisis because most of the farmers were not able to harvest their crops before the flooding came. And so if you are given the opportunity, what alternative proposals would you put forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Richard. We'll take the last one from Nana Poku.
Thank you. I had 2 questions. Someone has one already. Honorable Minister, the activities of flooding herdsmen, what is it a problem in the north because they have been as it were, going from the north to Afram Plains to wherever, and there's been a big problem for the country. What is the activity in the region? Are we able to tame them, or what? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So that's our last question for the day. We'll invite the Honorable Minister back for his response.
Thank you very much for your questions. Let me take the small dams first. We are all aware that even the Akusombo Dam, during the dry season, the levels would always go down. And we know the terrain of the northern region. This is the Savannah area, and between the period of January to May, the weather is always very harsh. And that is the time that we don't have any rainfall, and consumption on the production of this water is stagnant because nothing enters. It is only during the rainy season that a lot of water is collected in these dams. And as we keep on using them, like my brother said, both from human and animal consumptions, definitely the levels will go down. Notwithstanding that, there are some of these dams that are very good at their catchment areas, that the levels would always be boosted up to some latter part of the dry season that would usher in the new rainy season again. So these dams, these pictures were taken not quite 2-3 weeks ago, so that is the reason why you would see it, and during the dry seasons, definitely some of the levels would go down, but not completely, because I can tell you that 70 to 80% of these dams, you would find water in them throughout the year. That helps us in this. He also asked a question about human and animal consumption. We cannot avoid this, because that is the only source in some areas that humans and animals would get water from. It is not like the southern part of the country where we can have streams. This is all that we have, and that is why it is very significant in the lives of the people of the northern region. Water that comes from these dams would always be used by these animals, but we also have a lot of boreholes, borehole construction that is going on. I didn't mention all those because of the want of time, but we have a lot of projects that are being undertaken by our MMDAs in the provision of water. So you would find out that most of these dams are being used for vegetable farming and for the consumption of these animals. That is in areas that we do not have boreholes, abundance of boreholes, then human beings would also rely on them for the domestic use. And I can also tell you that before they use them domestically, this water is being treated before they can use it. And there was also a question on the Tamale interchange. It is a true fact that after the commissioning of the interchange, people sort of wanted to use the under parts of this interchange for commercial and other purposes. But there is a task force that has been launched to make sure that the usage of the interchange is regularized, and you wouldn't find commercial activities under these interchanges. For instance, there was an attempt to deprive motor riders from even using the interchange, because people want to use the top of it, which is purely meant for vehicular movement, because having motorbikes on it would not look nice, because you realize that all ports activities from the Tema to the hinterland, that is the neighboring countries of Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and some parts of even Sierra Leone, would always pass through the northern region. That is the only route that from Tema you can get into the landlocked countries of these other 4 countries that I have counted. So during the evenings, there's a lot of these heavy-duty trucks that would always use, and it is very dangerous for motor riders and these heavy-duty trucks to be moving. So there is a task force that is in place that is taking care of the running of this interchange. It has brought us tremendous relief because during the evenings, the hours between 3 to 7, 8 p.m., there is always a heavy traffic in that area. But with the advent of the interchange, there's still traffic, but it has eased a lot. We also talk about the 1D, 1F. I can tell you on authority that the figures that we have picked from these 6 1D, 1F factories gives us about 1,000 workers, a little over 1,000. So you see that from 6 project sites, we have about 1,000 workers. That is permanent. There are other workers who are casual workers, and that can run into about 3,000 workers, especially the global Amas pictures that we're looking at. That seeks to employ a lot of people. And the Motor King assembly point, it also has a lot of people but some of them are casual workers. But the permanent workers that we can talk of in these 6 completed 1D and operational 1D, 1F can boast of a little over 1,000 people. And we come to the health sector. The health sector is very critical, and it is imperative to note that health workers or health trainees sometimes do not want to go to the hinterland or the rural areas to deliver health care. We have this program that when you complete the training, you need to serve at a posting for 3 years before you will be qualified to ask for a transfer. And the MMDAs are also doing well in this direction because they provide courtesies for them as displayed on the screen. They provide courtesies for them, and they have some incentives that they give to the health workers that will encourage them to stay and work for the betterment. That is why you see this whole increment in or improvement in the figures or the statistics that we have provided on the health sector. You look at our neonatal deaths, births and deaths, and you see that there's a significant improvement on that. You would find all these things if you pick the statistics and look at them. You will see how health services have improved the lives of the people. And health services itself, the increments that we have had in the various sectors. Somebody asked the question about what do we think needs the investors would need to do in the northern region. It is an undeniable fact that the northern region, 70 to 75% of indigenes in the region are farmers. I'm a farmer myself. And we know the challenges that we face in the farming sector of the region, or even in Ghana. We need agro-processing industries to be able to process what we produce so that we will reduce the waste that comes as a result of unprocessed farm produce. We have an example, a clear example in the yam industry. Now that we have a factory that processes yam into fufu flour, no yam would go waste. Before then, yams would go, Agbogloshi market would flood them here, only for 50% of them to go rotten. So in the end, the farmer loses all the income that he was expecting from his produce. So we would encourage, we have a lot of soya that we grow nowadays in the northern region, but it goes unprocessed. You find the Indians and other nationals coming in to buy them unprocessed at their raw bean state. Whereas we could have made very good use of the soya by extraction of oil and eventually, using it for poultry feed. We find out that this soya is taken out in its raw stage without adding any value to it. We are encouraging people, investors, to come to the northern region. They wouldn't lack the inputs to their factories, various factories, if they establish, so that we can have the benefit of the produce that our farmers would produce. That would encourage and boost agric production. A question was also asked about the Tolong Hospital. The Tolong Hospital has been one of the brainchilds of this government. And if you looked at the speed at which the Tolong Hospital was constructed, you will have no doubt that it is very dear to this government. And a lot is being done to make sure that the Tolong Hospital is equipped with the necessary infrastructure and staff. You realize that when the inception of the opening or the inauguration of the hospital delayed a bit because we were looking for avenues to feed the hospital with the necessary personnel to take up the running. It was a bit challenging, but eventually there was a window that gave us the opportunity to open and to equip the hospital with the necessary staff. And as I speak, I can assure you that the Tolong Hospital is running and running well to the benefits of that area. The Gushegu-Tamale Road is a very important road that is so dear to us in the northern region because it connects a stretch of 4 constituencies. It connects Tamale to Nantong, Nantong to Karaga, Karaga to Gushegu. So it is a very important road. And when we were even choosing the priority roads in the region, it was one of the priority roads. And as at now, I can tell you that 60% of the road construction is done. Even though it's an ongoing project, 60% of it, and it is very motorable. A distance of Gushegu, Tamale to Gushegu, that would always take you 5 hours. You can now do it in 2 hours, even though the road has not yet been completed. At least a major part of it, drainage works, graveling and other sealing works is ongoing. And I can assure you that the next time you are moving on that road, you would attest to the fact that work is actually going on that project. And the water projects, we all know during the rainy season there's a lot of water in the region. A lot of water. And as I speak now, I have pictures on my mobile phone that was sent to me yesterday by the Ghana Water Company, Northern Region, about the inundation of their equipments and their inability to produce. As I speak now, probably they have even shut down. And that is the reason why the President cut short for the construction of a new water system to Tamale and Yendi that would cover a lot of communities in the region. We are still on the state, we are still on the project, which will take off anytime soon. They were waiting for, contract processing was taking place, and I'm sure by now they would have completed. The last time I checked, it was at procurement stage. And very soon, the contractor will be selected and the project would begin. Because water, they say, is life. And anything that has to do with the provision of water is always very important. And that is why government attaches this importance. Because the system that we have now, that is at Dalong, that feeds Tamale, is over 50 years old. And so therefore, new measures and pragmatic measures must be taken to make sure that Tamale receives water. And the new project that is coming would give Tamale a minimum of 120 million gallons of water a day. That would be a significant boost in the water system in Tamale. And I think that it will go a radius of 30 kilometers around Tamale. So any community within that radius would be the beneficiary of the system that is coming on board, which would start very soon. Sod has been cut already, and procurement activities are almost complete. We also have this this question. That's about 2 weeks ago. We had a stakeholder meeting to this effect, and the CRS and other agencies, USAID, are all interested in these water systems that we are talking about. So we had a stakeholder meeting together, and some points were made so that whilst we are waiting for the new water project to come on stream, all these measures will be taken to make sure that Tamale doesn't run out of water and its environs doesn't run out of water during this period. Unfortunately, the Bagri Dam is worsening our case. So we are still looking at ways of making sure that this Bagri Dam is well used. The water that comes from that point is well used. I think that is the reason why we have this Palugu project that is coming. And when that project is completed, it will further boost the water systems in the northern region, even though the Palugu Dam will be found in the northeast and the upper east region. The northern region will still be a beneficiary of it because most of the water that spills into the northern region would have been taken care of, and farmlands would have been saved in the northern region, because the northern region would always be affected when those areas are flooded. Farmlands, we would always lose farmlands and crops to the spillage. I think that when the Palugu Dam project is also completed, it would be a boost for the northern region in terms of water supply and agric. We also, a question was also, I skipped that, the cost of the Tamale interchange, the phase 2, the airports. There is an estimated $70 million that was used for that project. $70 million was the cost of that project. It was also significant to note that phase 3 is also in the offing. Immediately after the commissioning of the phase 2 by His Excellency or the Vice President or whoever, the phase 3 is also coming on stream. It will also seek to expand the terminal by some more meters, the car park area, and other auxiliary areas that would be increased. There is also the question of witches' camps. We all agree that this witches' camp thing is very traditional. Very traditional. And the Ministry of Women's and Children's Affairs and Social Welfare is deeply involved in this. I do not have the information readily available, but what I know that we are doing at our local level is that some NGOs and traditional rulers are involved in this. And I'm aware that we have about 3 or so in the northern region. We have one at Kuku in the Nanumba North District, the Nanumba South District. We have one in Patinga, and we have one in the Yendi, Ngani, in the Yendi districts. Attempts have been made to close those areas, but they border on tradition. And so therefore, government in doing these things would always be handicapped in a way. So it is only through negotiations and dialogue with the traditional rulers that we can have these camps closed. And I'm sure some NGOs are doing it. We have the Action Aid, we have Songtaba, and we have other NGOs who are deeply involved in negotiations and in just to end the witches' camps. And I think that in the very near future, some of these, I'm aware that some of them have been resettled. The rate at which the witches' camps were being used is now, shrinking. You don't find the numbers like they used to be in those areas. People go there, they negotiate, and they take their parents back to their various communities. And the communities, I'm aware, are also, accepting them back. It's a gradual process, which would finally end the closure of this witches' camps. There is this Tony Fulani herdsmen issue. We are all witness to the fact that in June this year, we woke up to a problem of 8 Fulani men being lynched at Zakwale in the Yendi district, Yendi municipality. This was an accident. People thought that it was about this Fulani thing, even though the people who were lynched were all Fulani people. But they were indigenous Fulanis. They were Fulanis who have lived in that community for over 40 years. It was a case of retaliation for somebody being killed. And it was even a mistaken identity. So of late, we haven't witnessed these Fulani herdsmen issues on a large scale. Intermittently, we would hear about some few skirmishes between 1 or 2 people, but it is not widespread as we used to because of the sensitization programs that we have had with the Fulanis. I'm happy to tell you that we have a Fulani network that has its headquarters here. They have a national executive with whom we have been interacting. They have their regional reps. We have been engaging them since I entered office 1.5 years ago. I have had about 4 or 5 engagements with them. And that is the reason why the northern region is very calm. We do not record any Fulani incidents again. And I think that the continuous engagement with them will eliminate this problem of Fulani herdsmen. Having their cattle running into people's farms, and because they themselves have resorted to farming. So there is a very marked improvement in the taking care of their Fulanis and the distraction that would usually come with the Fulani grazing on people's farms. We have a remarkable improvement on that, and we hope that we would continue on that tangent. Thank you very much. What I want to also say is just a brief translation in Dabanli. I know most of you here will be handicapped, but I think my people back home also deserve the benefit of what we have just done here. Ni ila shambiala ma nyama kamane te kamna ne tizang te ba President Akufo-Addo on kana nampuni zo yuma nu ne preglem bala tantnye ye to shanga dan nan lebgun sim shal dan Canada ban lebgun sim tu shanga dan on zangna dan worone o za sim bieteni dan ka tizang yel biela to kulen yella biela chonga ma ti kuna radio stations puni te ba television nan puni tin zang le zang wuda selo ka selo ba di amfani shale dan nan so din yala arele la television tin ne yerma sa shalma anya kamane trezan photo ma am fon nam wuhra dan wuhra tu shanga dan tumda tin tumda tuma ma lo shanga ma de za hanyala lo shanga tin mamman ne bi dozo jir karpuni de biala poloni ti bola ye yul karakane ma de sahatle jirnama ama tin bola ye yul ma anyele karja aninne dozo wonum ma zaharin yala gwamnati ne kanna no tutumtum shele gwamnati me yi tumtuma a parla gwamnati ma ngoma zahatina ku to nyale kama ali kama ne bin shadun bon nanun polomba bumbla so ami so be bumbla ene o bin yale karje bumbla bi de biane agaran yesavlugo anyele ne anyele kumbun anyele tolon anyele lo shanga kamza hatin yana lebgun simtuma ma chemma de bianme wolongo ali nanu mbalama sabon jiramba nesis kotes mbala kaba mele nirzang ntika te nesi nan bambiene ntete ne te da la fe so ya kaba bere pumi bisa de pansirla nesi nan ma don bindi kanaka oyan kanaka ti har no kunye biya gushela danan bongo ai labna te palala polo te za hadi shaharanye palana manda northern region zaha te chekati te putuma karanan kalan te yibuto chen te purne sham te chena te yibuto dir te da sham te dira te yibuto soyi ka lafi te yana sham paga shiptene din ma zaha nyala bin shadan panan kalan zantiti purn la pashanga te manla tunda kana te pilge president Akufo-Addo nda kana noti oraya ne tambale zawuni traffic ben pam traffic man bien ma ka chen nang de tom purla ai pana dane na zan hal na atinye saksaka na animbel atiyi loru karabanda yiri tema habo ngati chen wado nyamai mine Niger polo min bin yara banda yir gati chen maza birai kana antunye ka loru karama fapal tije kasaratin nam nangda wannan interchange za hanya bin sha'adan nan funfun biya kuma balgiya zawuni loru nan bela zuksa ka shamme betanga loru karaban yir nyon gat ma zaha bi ku kanata tamzu sama bashirmi incan bisa sarati sha'adan da nan da tamfun ma ta zaji shahara ne kaman sarati din da nan da tamfuni da balgiya triblan yerle rezodan mo ma za hanya bin sha'adan gwamnati ma nan titi zo kaman yumanu na pergal shale president Akufo-Addo ne kana to amma ngoma za tana ku to nyale tire kasudo dom sudo nyala bin shadan danye musugo zantiti onda kana za hanye bon pongo mansha kati tinye yana drapa yum pishi chan la yum pishi ma tra kat zolana karnya musugo zantiti to amma tinye ya pompon dan yana bukare obiane atiza chantin ber no puma ka yisra ka dagbang tabge ka dagbang lan labna tinyer darza shaldan da amalma dom soy buati tamalla zulara mabe zan lapi kan mer kuwa tana bor sudu shaltan bor mami de pan la zayini la zayin ma de bilanano te gbin me te palanzuya non tinya non sham kata gbang ne yesu do shama kana non gban yesu do lala na non yin yesu do de sa northern region za yesu do ma dama nan ma yingo banan su northern region fukumse so dagbang yin ma su do kana non ka su do de sa dagbang me ne gopaniel ka malma te bihir makani de me bisimsene te bihir kanni tiyen ni katini tiyen bihra katibihra so dimya solo gun kambal wayan toy bi wayan nun sham kana nun banye na bazane katinan ma bihinyati katinan tiyen nun sham asudo kana katizan par pense te pour parler sole zan le pense te dabil gu sole kazan le boliam gun sim zanti te mama ta soni kulen zan la chongo le yel biela shaloma tana nya saha de yan jini ka te jin kahgale ka ce ka za hanya tuma tun shaldin jan gulti mutu za hatum zan bolle ga sim amma tan le foto shawa mun zaha de nya bi shadan non de tana mamman jin yel puni wolongo ma ka so ma foto lo shal polo aya den non da amile ami gwamnati ma na kwansham o man shamta te me banjeti te me pala bi koblisi awana na magalsiya kan yeba mal dir anfani ashibta bihima tabun tibiyana tanan zaha tanan dame to amani soyin nan ta aparumi poya kapai ni intma sahashalon ande so
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So soon we've come to the end of today's briefing, and I'm really happy that Minister and his powerful delegation were able to make time to join us here today. It is my prayer that the next time we host a press briefing, it will be in Tamale, so that we get a lot of local participation and take more questions. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends, you heard from the horse's own mouth. And we will also plead with you that spread the word. Sometimes negative news travels fast, but when the good news start trickling in, then you don't get the clicks. So sometimes it's discouraging, but it is only fair that people get to know what is actually happening on the ground. On that note, thank you so much for joining us this Sunday afternoon. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you.
I would like to think that having been an economist for so many years of your life, as an economist, the economist eye, what are some of the outstanding things you've seen, maybe just driving around in Nairobi?
What is very impressive when you get into Nairobi is just see the infrastructure. I think that it's very impressive infrastructure that you have. You see the businesses that are also all dotted all over the city, and of course you have significant industrial capacity in Kenya, and one of the larger economies in the region. So I think it's quite impressive.
You came to represent the Republic of Ghana in the inauguration of the 5th President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. How was that event for you?
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a successful event from my perspective and the perspective of Ghana. I think that the successful event that we witnessed today is not just a Kenyan success story, but it's an African success story, because whenever we have peaceful transitions of power from one to another peacefully, it is a success. We always remember the old days of difficult transitions, and so since we've embarked on this democratic journey, every step, every milestone is very, very important, and Kenya is one of the bulwarks of democracy on the continent. And so even though you had very interesting elections and very contentious elections and all of that, at the end of the day, the results were accepted. There was a successful transition and a successful inauguration of President William Ruto today. So it was an African success story, and so I am very happy about that.
I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah. When we're looking at Kenya and Ghana, mostly we know a lot about Ghanaian movies, Ghanaian music, right. But from a diplomatic point of view, what is the relationship right now between Kenya and Ghana?
Well, we have very good relations, and these relations date back from the independence days. We're two countries that obtained independence relatively early. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, and Jomo Kenyatta, your first president, were good friends, and they engaged in the independence struggle against the colonialists and came out successful and got our country's independence with their movements and so on. But I think that subsequently the relations between Kenya and Ghana have been growing. There's a sizable Kenyan community in Ghana, and because, of course, of Kenya Airways, which has a direct flight from Accra to Nairobi, which is really the flight I came on and will be returning on tomorrow. There's a lot more commercial links now between Kenya and Ghana.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned Kwame Nkrumah. I do remember I was not born yet, but I remember there's this vision he had of having the United States of Africa.
Yes.
And we have policies geared to kind of make Africa a free trade region.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a vision we can still kind of imagine for Africa? And what are some of those challenges limiting us to get there?
I think, in a sense, people like Nkrumah were a bit ahead of their time in terms of the vision that they had. And I think that in those days, the leaders of Africa were generally of that view that we needed to cooperate, we needed to be united, and all of that. And I think this is today manifesting itself in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the idea that we've created a free trade area, the largest free trade area in the world. And this is because it is important that African countries trade amongst ourselves, because our trade has largely been with our colonial masters in terms of the pattern of trade. And the more we trade amongst ourselves, we believe that the more jobs can be created and all of that. And I think that it is an idea whose time has come. Ghana is, of course, hosting the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area. And so we are very, very passionate about it. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity and potential for us to realize it. You talked about bottlenecks that could be there in that. And I think that in the area of trade, the linkages in terms of logistics and transportation will be key bottlenecks. One of the areas where we had thought was a major bottlenecks was in terms of payments and settlement. But recently, a few months ago, I launched the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which was backstopped by Afrexim Bank, working in collaboration with the central banks, and that allows someone from Kenya to buy something in Ghana in Kenyan shillings, and you don't have to worry about buying a third currency like the US dollar to then trade. You can trade in your local currency. That's a major innovation, really major. And I think that will help us bridge the gaps that we have in the payment and settlement area. So, it's important that we open up the skies for air flights across the continent. There should be an open skies policy and all of that. And we need to build up the infrastructure links, across rail and road across the countries. But I believe that we have the opportunity to make it happen. The dreams of the Nkrumahs and the Kenyattas and so on in the early 60s, late 50s, I think are ones that we have the ability in our generation to realize that potential.
And as we're talking about trade, we know that most of the trading in our continent currently has been affected by inflation currently in our country, something that has also been really affected by COVID-19, which hit the entire globe from 2020. How is Ghana dealing with these challenges?
Yes, I think that you are quite right. The cost of living across the world has just increased phenomenally. And this I mean, it's coming on the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, which really disrupted global supply chains and increased shipping costs almost 10 to 12-fold. And just when we thought we were recovering, then you had Russia and Ukraine come on top of that, and then you had this major increase in energy costs as a result, and food prices. And, you know, so it has affected virtually every country. And Ghana has been no exception, and I'm sure Kenya has not been an exception either, because food prices and energy prices have gone up, and they have inflationary consequences and exchange rate consequences, and they've really squeezed budgets in that respect. Of course, in Ghana, we're trying to deal with it in this context of very squeezed and tight budgets. On the monetary policy side, the central bank is trying to contain inflation through their monetary policy. There have been a number of interest rate increases to try to contain the situation. Government continues to offer free senior secondary school education to our citizens, which has also continued to lessen the burden on families in terms of costs of living. Otherwise, without it, it would have been much worse. But ultimately, you deal with this crisis by expanding your production. If it's a food crisis, then we need to increase food production. And that is how we want to tackle it in Ghana. The energy side is a little bit more difficult since we are net importers of oil, and that we are taking things really at the dictates of the international market. So we're hoping that sooner or later the Ukraine crisis will abate and bring down energy prices for all of us. But I think that government is continuously looking at ways to deal with it.
Something else, it's really good that we had this opportunity to speak to you as an economist, and not just an economist, someone who's renowned globally. I think most people don't know that you have worked for the Central Bank of Ghana, you have been recognized in the United States, and just literally across Africa. And I just wanted you to let me know, the current president, William Ruto, he won on the economic model of the bottom-up economic model. So he's bringing in the local traders and the youth. As an economist, what do you think about this particular model, not just for Kenya, but for the broader African continent?
Yes, thank you very much, Judah. I think the bottom-up economic model is just a model of inclusiveness. So you are looking for inclusion. And I think that is fundamentally a good model to go. If you, what you have seen in Africa since independence is you've had development without inclusion. So you get to a stage after 50, 60 years of independence, and then you are like, look, so many people don't even have a bank account. So many people, don't have access to electricity. So many mothers in villages die when they are giving birth because they don't have access to blood supply, and so on. So many people are excluded from the economic system. So if you are trying to transform an economy, you cannot transform it on the basis of exclusion, because that substantial population would be amongst those who are excluded, and they will operate in the informal sector largely. So I think that the idea that President Ruto has about a bottom-up model in terms of development is a good one. And I think it's one that many African countries should be emulating if they are already not doing so. I
think back in the early 2000s, I know that Ghana's inflation was at around 40%.
Yes.
And through your efforts, and obviously the efforts of other people, it came back to around 10%.
Yes.
What other tips would you have for leaders in this continent to do the same?
But okay, I mean, we were able to bring down inflation, but inflation has also gone up again with the recent increases in food prices and fuel prices. Our inflation now stands at 31%, and so on. But I think fundamentally you need good mix of fiscal policy and monetary policy. Inflation ultimately is a monetary phenomenon, but it's the fiscal that can really drive the monetary side of it. So if you can work to make sure that your balances on the fiscal side are not excessive, right? Your deficits are not excessive. It's like that you don't have to resort to monetary financing of that deficit to then create pressures on prices. Then you are able to contain inflation. We implemented an inflation targeting framework, one of the few countries in Africa at the time to do inflation targeting, and it has proven very successful. But of course, that alone is not sufficient. You have to look at the output side as well to make sure you increase production and productivity so that your supply side is also supporting the monetary policy.
During your time as Vice President, the government has also worked hard to put in place a digital agenda in Ghana. How does that translate to the economic value for the people of Ghana, and why would that also be something all countries in Africa should work towards?
Yeah, thank you very much, Judah. I think that it is true that in Ghana we have really focused and we are pursuing digitalization as an economic strategy. When you look at the world and the way the global economy is moving, you've had your first industrial revolution and second. I mean, we are now in a fourth industrial revolution globally. And it is a revolution which is a digital revolution. It is a revolution that is based on data and systems. You know, if you are an economy in this world and you don't digitalize, you are going to be left behind. And Africa has been left behind for too many of these periods. And so I believe, and it is very, very important, that digitalization is a key for African countries to leapfrog, in fact, many of the advanced economies. But we digitalize not for its own sake. It's not the technology, but you digitalize to solve problems. You digitalize to solve problems. And so we're pursuing digitalization to formalize the economy, to build a more inclusive economy, to deal with corruption, and to provide services to our people very efficiently from the government side, right? So you look at these pillars and you're saying, look, a lot of people are excluded from the economy. You don't even know who is who. So you do digital IDs for your people. So you have unique identities for everybody. Once you have unique identities for everybody, you solve a lot of problems. You cannot have ghost workers on the public payroll, right? Because a ghost cannot have a fingerprint, right? So you solve that problem, right? You have unique identity. You soon solve voter issues, you know, like who gets on the voter register. You know, how can you put names on the voter register that don't belong? If there is a unique identity, you can't. You can't. You know, so you solve that problem. You know, we had an issue of address systems in Ghana, an effective address system where you can have an address for every location, whether it's on water or land. You know, whether it's a mansion or a shack. We need addresses because you need to know where your people are. Now, we have therefore decided to go digital. And so Ghana now has a digital address system. Every part of the country, land or water, mansion or shack or wherever, has a unique digital address, which we have rolled out in the country. You know, it solves a big problem because even in terms of e-commerce, if you want the delivery of food to your house and you don't have an address, it becomes a problem, right? So with rolling out the digital address system, we are solving a lot of problems. Directions to places, you know, because when you go and apply for a job, they ask you, what is your address? And all of that, you know, so you really solve. Then you talk about financial inclusion. We decided to do mobile money interoperability. It's not just interoperability between the telephone companies, say between Vodafone and Airtel or Tigo, whatever, but interoperability between the mobile wallet and the bank account. That is a different type of interoperability. And so we've done that in Ghana, which means that everybody that has a mobile money account practically has a bank account.
Yeah.
And so we are solving that problem of a lack of financial inclusion by doing this type of interoperability. We were the first country in the continent to do so. And it means that today it's very, very easy for anybody to open a bank account in Ghana. Very, very easy. You know, you have your national ID card, you get on your mobile phone, and then just dial a USSD code, choose one of the banks, and off you go. You've opened a bank account. Because with the national ID, they have all the KYC they need on you.
Yeah.
You don't need to go to the bank, fill any forms and all of that. It is done. You see what I mean? Today you can sit at home, buy your electricity units on your mobile phone. You can find out which car has insurance or not, just dialing a USSD on your mobile phone. You can apply for virtually all the government services online, pay online. It makes life easier for our people. So we are pursuing digitalization and then integrating the databases. You don't want the databases to sit in silos. And so by integration of the databases, you then get the value out of the digitization process. So you will be able to tell. And one of the added things that we will get is domestic revenue mobilization. Because you'll be able to tell who has paid their tax, who hasn't paid their tax, and make it easy for people to file taxes digitally and all of that. So I believe that digitalization is the way for African countries to go. And we are pursuing this, and we are using it to solve problems and actually leapfrogging over many advanced countries. In this area. I mean, a lot of people seem to think that African countries cannot be ahead of the advanced countries. My view is very, very different. In fact, in this area, we are leading the way. For example, Ghana, in the area of drones for the delivery of medical supplies, blood, vaccines to poor areas. We have implemented drones. Rwanda started it. But we today are the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, the whole world.
Impressive.
Yeah, we have drones flying all over the country. Each center is doing at least 100 flights a day, delivering medicines and so on. This is technology, and we can use those technologies to solve problems. By the way, I found out about this in Silicon Valley, and I said, look, this is more, would be more useful to us, and we should implement it very quickly, and which is what we did. You should take technology and use it to solve problems. And I think that this is what we are doing. And so digitalization can reduce corruption. People can apply for a passport without going to pay a bribe, can apply for a driver's license without. You're helping the poor. You are helping the marginalized, the vulnerable, those who don't have connections. Those are the people you help with digitalization. So you reduce corruption. And that is where I think we can increase productivity, create jobs. So many people are, selling on the internet now, because there's an address system and their payment system also. People can pay with their mobile money as here in Kenya. So Africa is actually leading in many of these areas globally.
It's really interesting, particularly you putting that digitization is not just for the sake of it, but having it find solutions.
That's right.
And looking at the enthusiasm you have about everything you're talking about, and I just went through your portfolio, everything you've done, and from the time you're studying at Oxford, and I'm like, do you ever get time to rest? Because I know as vice president, you're currently sitting in different boards. I also believe you're consulting for the Central Bank of Ghana.
Well,
when do you rest?
Well, basically, I think that actually my wife also asked me that question. Do you ever rest? Because I enjoy what I do, and I do, of course, find time to rest. But the problems are so many, and I'm trying as much as possible to help my boss deal with a lot of these problems, because you inherit them, and you have to find solutions. And for me, that is why I'm in politics, right? Just to make sure you can help people solve problems.
Yes.
And that is so. I always say that maybe I'll rest later when we are done with more. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Ghana will be having general elections in 2024.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure many Ghanaians are fronting your name to be the successor of the current president. Am I right? Are you working towards that as well?
Well, I think right now I'm just focused on helping my boss, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, fulfill his vision and deliver on his agenda. We don't really have too much time for thinking about 2024 right now. I think that, if you get to 2024 and you don't have a record, you will have nothing to campaign on. So right now, we are focused on that, and we don't know what the future holds, but we'll focus on the work for now.
And lastly, as an economist, your main job is finding solutions, particularly on economies. And one of the biggest problems we're having in the country is having leaders who, it's not that they're not working, but they're diagnosing the problem wrongly.
Right.
How do you advise leaders? Right now we are moving into a new government in Kenya. How do leaders move forward to find better solutions to problems?
Well, I think that it's a difficult question in a way for me to advise other leaders, because they can also advise me. But I think that as in many issues to do with the economy, the solutions are not really rocket science in a sense. It's about diagnosing the problem in the first place. If you misdiagnose, you will treat it, and you will not medicate properly, and you'll definitely maybe worsen the problem. So understanding the problem, talking to people who are experts in the field. You don't necessarily have to be an expert in the field as a policymaker, but you can speak to the experts in the field and get their views on these problems. But you have the sense to say, okay, this is good advice, I'm going to follow it, and then see how it goes. But I think that we should be consultative in how we approach issues and listen to advice from the experts.
And maybe, is there any goodwill message to the current president, President William Ruto?
Well, I just met him earlier today. It's just to congratulate him for his victory and his inauguration. I just want to wish him very well. This is a major task, a major burden, but I know that God will see him through. He's a very smart man. He's been vice president for a while, so he knows what to do. And so we're praying for him, and we're wishing him the very, very best. And we are looking forward to what he does for Kenya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.